Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for East Service Latino.
All right, we might as well get started, right? Amber, I'm looking for the link. I can't get there right now. Hold on one second. Trying to send you a link. Amber, by the way, on top of being a mod, and is my wiggly throne? No, I was just jamming to the beat here, Red Pen. That's all I was doing. But on top of everything, hopefully, if I can figure out how. Oh my goodness! If I can figure out how to get Amber the link to Zoom, then we'll be good. But Amber, on top of everything, was first in chat, and so Calypson's Vixen, you are the winner of everything internet related. It belongs to you today. So honestly, you should have the link and give it to me for Zoom if you're in charge of the internet. Is that something you can take care of? I'll figure it out. We're going to try to get Amber here on the line here shortly. It was a chair dance. I did not think I was dancing. I was feeling the music, and I did not realize. I mean, I realized the camera's on, but at the same time, it didn't like connect that me feeling the music would translate to me chair dancing. Which, now that I say that, doesn't sound good at all. But all right, it's a pleasure to be here. Wonderful. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate that. Portland Trail Blazers TV, good to have you as well. Did a fabulous job yesterday with the internet. Thank you so much, my friend. Sharon McDonald, good morning. Be Kind is here. Sunshine Sarah, Lee, Marilyn Skull, Mac, Andriel Hills. Howdy from Texas. Good to have you, Andriel. Toxic Orchid is here as well. Mac, Hip Hop Flip Flop. Abby in the UK. Good to have you, my friend. Tinez, good morning. I wish that this would scroll a little better. I've got to figure out how to fix my computer. It used to work. I used to be able to just click and scroll, and now I have to click and then click somewhere else and then scroll. And that 2 clicks is too much. This is like a first world problem here, I realize, but it's too much for me this morning. Let's see. Toxic, Sharon McDonald, Les Worthington, good morning. KX Star, Red Pen. Good morning. Let's see. Oh, Sharon. Oh my goodness. You reminded me. I nearly forgot. We have to do this. Hang on. Where is it at? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! It's Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Super excited for that. Sorry about your ears, but I'm excited.
I'm not a camel.
I'm not a camel. That was good timing. I'm excited. We've got some good stuff. I will tell you, this always happens this way. Yesterday, we decided to bail on the live stream of the Gwyneth Paltrow case, as they said they were just going to work with jury instructions, which generally are not super exciting. Well, if they had just stuck to jury instructions, I would have felt good about that. But instead, no, I got notifications like, "Hey, you're missing out. It's getting a little spicy in here." They talked about everything, basically everything that's going to happen in the rest of the court. They went over yesterday after we left the live stream. The judge stayed there. They were there for like an hour and a half later, just talking back and forth. They talked about the times. They talked about what witnesses were coming up. They talked about Just everything that Mr. Owens feels that he's been cheated out in life because apparently he's a professional whiner and that's the one thing he likes to do, and he did that then. So it was fantastic. It was amazing. We'll talk a little bit about what they decided, what they determined, because that's going to affect what happens today. Turn this off. Turn this on. Amber, do you really need me to find it? Yes, that's the link. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. So there's the link. Let's see what we've got. This one goes over here. Sorry, I've got to get everything ready because I'm not ready for some reason. Search. There we go. Amber, just know when you connect, your audio will not be live, so I'll not be able to hear you. But once I am able to hear you, everyone will be able to hear you. So no pressure. Okay. So there we are. All right. We have that ready. I need a couple other things. Where's that? Scroll, scroll, scroll. I need this one. Boom. That's not going to work. All right. We'll get this set up. Box 1, box 3 is media player 1, media player 2. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're getting closer. All right, finish up the roll call here. Lisa Wilmot, good morning to you. Minsky, good morning. Really excited for the 10K. Oh my goodness, is that today? I had not even thought about that. We may. I think we can do it today. I really think we can. Let me see where we're at. I guess I could just do it this way. Let's see. We're at 99.53 right now. 99.53. So we've got a little bit. Let me get that straightened out. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see, what a great day to subscribe to DSN. Yes, Miss BZ, good morning. Weather Watch, Thomas, good to have you here. I got your message about the podcast and the link for the Microsoft thing. Thank you. Right on Josephine T. Rocks, good morning to you. Let's see, Indie Artworks, good morning. Dallas-born Boston Bred is here. Lisa says, I watched a lovely 10-minute interview with Judge Newman talking about Denzel Washington being the man he would like to see play him if a movie gets made about the Murdaugh murders. I think Denzel would do a good job as Mr. Newman, Judge Newman. Okay, let's see. I think yesterday most have lost interest in this case. It's wrapping up quickly, very quickly, and I think it will be interesting at the tail end. I will be glad to see it done, as Mr. Owens said the same thing later, that we missed that. He's like, we'd all be excited when this case is over, but I don't regret watching it. Let's put it that way. I've learned a lot, especially about civil cases and how things are a little different. This is sort of a historic event, being the first civil case in Utah that has been televised. So it's sort of interesting to see where they go after this, if more will or what. Let's see, T-Rocks, Amber's here, right on Josephine, Michelle Phillips, good morning. I can say your names and scroll, but I can't click on you and scroll. I think that's the problem. Katrina, Lisa, Miss Winters, good morning to you. Not a Drama Llama is here. Marilyn Skoll, Lost Souls Paranormal. Hello from both of us. Hello to both of you as well. Katrina, Mac, DSN, Mo, Tabitha. Let's see. Bella's here. Who else is new here on the list? Valerie Lopez, good morning. Pampered Glamper as well. Mustang Guy 79, good morning from sunny Indiana. Good morning to you, Mustang Guy. Who else is here? I need some music in the background. Weather Watch, can I steal our music if I play this? We'll have this going during the roll call a little bit. Let's see. Jeanette French, T-Rocks, Lost Souls Paranormal, Cher Bear, Linkster is here. Danny Austin. Yep, there's the other half. Danny, good morning to you. Gail Pett, Rachel Wood, Lily Girl, Miss Beezy, we got you. Heather Collins, Be Kind, Ritz, Suzanne, Pampered Glamper. Check burner for Judge Clifton Newman's take on the Murdaugh trial. I will do that. Let's see, Marilyn Skull, Red Pen, First Lady A. Hey all. Good morning, Gail Pett. Good morning all to you. Heather Collins. Let's see, Bella, Judy, Lily Girl, Linkster, Lynn Hoke. Good morning, Lynn. Sherry Marshall, Les Worthington. Eddie is here, late but here. I clicked. I can't click because I can't scroll. Richard, good morning. On a globe. Let's see, Lynn, Cake Star, Ginger Meadows.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Minnie Pearl, 105. Good morning. Diana Carruthers. Scrolling fast, trying to catch up. Tag, good morning, Tag. Guess what I had for dinner last night, Tag? 3 guesses. First 2 don't count. Ritz, Eddie, Les Worthington, Rachel Wood, Cass, Pete Stone, Golden Girl, Ella Thurling. Hi to all. Regards from the UK. Eileen Thurling. Welcome. Good to have you connect from the UK. Thank you. Bella is here as well. Good morning to you, Bella. Adam Nuski's in the house. Becky Lou. Bobby Hanson, I see you with the hands up. Lisa Wilmot. Melissa, Bella, TLC Bell. Philip Dilberg. Texas Val, Kathleen Lloyd, Judy wants cinnamon rolls. High Speed Drifters here. Laura. Let's see. Texas Val. Pra TV, good morning. Tag, I sent you a fun pic too. Awesome. Denny, I think hold your horses. T-Rocks, I'm at the bottom, so if you haven't been called, put your hands up in chat. I'll call you out, just if you have not been called already. Jay Thomas, O-Town Chill. Tag, we got you there. Have you pressed the like button yet? Says Katrina. Ann Shatcher. Michael Whalen is there. Lamarelius Carion. I don't know how to say that. Good morning to you, though. Jean Jane Dear Girl. Paula. Paula. Lisa, Julie, Donna G. Oh, man, so many hands.
Kick back, taking it easy.
So many hands. Gail B. Gossipin. 80s Music Man, Linda Hill, Gordon, Laura, JM, Tim DeMoranville, All In, Janice Ashley, Jenny Says, Betsy, Mark, I missed Mark. Where's Mark? Mark Warner, Erica, Hip Hop Flip Flop, Hold Your Horses is there, Denny, Judy, you got you there, Bay Pattern, Michelle Johnson, Cyber Writer, good morning to you. I am Puzzleman and Tracy. I think that's it. I think I got everybody. No. Rev Minister. I got you, Rev Minister. TA. Good morning, TA. Monique Holmes. Good morning to you. Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger is here. JREPTX as well. I'm trying to catch up. Lauren Lively, Dutchy, Ritz. Did I get everybody? I think I got everyone. Random Hacks is here. Lex Luthor, Norma Go. I am Ami 008. Okay, now I'm caught up. Everyone else who wasn't called on the roll, you have to just do ! late in chat, and that will put you on the roll as well as indicate to everyone that you are late, which is appropriate. The jury's already here. Okay, so all right. I think Amber is connecting. That's what I'm seeing. Hang on. So I need to do a quick little test on this to make sure. Got a very narrow screen from you, Amber. Is that how you want it? Let's see. I've got you muted, so it won't make much of a difference if you respond. Hang on 1 second. Got to drag this over here. That way I've got just your picture. And your phone's about to die, I think. Either way. Okay, here we go. Amber, I'm gonna bring your audio on. So here we go. I told Amber that after roll call this morning, we're gonna do a quick walkthrough on how to connect to Discord because we've had a lot of people go over there and then have a lot of questions saying, what do I do? And I don't see anything. Because of that, Amber is joining us live. She's sharing her screen as we speak. So let me bring that up on the screen as well. Amber, if you're ready, whatever you have on screen, this is what we're going to get. So just 1 second here. Let's switch to camera 3. Amber, can you hear me?
I've been able to hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. It's good.
Fantastic.
Let's see. Let me get your audio level up. Keep talking for me just a little bit.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There we go. I fixed it. Good morning, Amber. We wanted to talk Discord this morning and just give people a quick run through on how to connect to Discord. And I'm gonna just let go of the reins and kick back and take it easy. I'm actually gonna pour some water with ASMR while you start explaining to people how that works. Where do you want to kick off?
Where do I want to kick off? I want to first start off by saying I have been up all night and have not slept. So this is a good start. Possibility there's going to be a lot of laughing right now.
Good things happen after no sleep.
Kick back, take
that is true.
I'm going to mute. Right. I'm going to turn down some of the sound effects just a little bit.
You might want to turn my laugh off because otherwise I'm going to start laughing at myself.
Okay, I'll kill the sound effects just for your presentation. Go ahead.
The ADD brain is just not going to work with sound effects at the moment. All right. So what I did, and I can actually make this bigger. I know you said something about it was a small screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing. It looks like a phone view, right? It's a phone connection, so it looks
correct. I've been working on trying to figure out how to connect my iPhone to my Windows laptop.
You're all good. A lot of people are connecting via phone, so this is great. This might be exactly what they're seeing. So that works well.
Right. I had to be able to show the mobile app on my laptop that you can't download on the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night. All right. So what I did was I actually created a brand new Discord account that's just for demo purposes. So you're going to see everything that I have or that you would have to do just joining the Discord, everything. So let's say you get the link for Discord and you created an account and you want to join the server.
Okay.
You're going to click the link that
so like
you get when you do
like you've said !Discord in my chat and the server link pops up. You click it. This is what you're going to see. All right.
I'm sure somebody will do it here in just a second.
Yep.
So you hit join. Woohoo. Fantastic. Got it. Discord is going to give you a whole bunch of pop-up stuff as far as, hey, look at me. I can do this. That's wonderful. All right. So you'll be brought first. As soon as coming into the Discord itself, you'll be brought into what's called Chambers Chat. This is where we do all of our basic chatter, not anything case related. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a trial case.
And it says Chambers Chat right up on the top in the little quote.
It says Chambers Chat right up here on the top.
All right.
So when you go through this, and I have both pulled up, Scott, for how it looks on the computer and how it looks on the mobile device. So right now we're looking at the mobile device platform. The only difference really between the mobile device and everybody's
This is live. So this is like chat on
way live
on YouTube. So people are posting these pictures right now on Discord. So it's like another chat in this little window.
Y'all are killing me. All right. So the only difference between how the mobile app looks and the PC version looks is that everything is expanded. So you have 3 windows, really. You have the window off to the left here.
Right.
And then you have another window off to the right. So on the desktop PC version, you see all of these windows all at the same time.
To each other. That makes sense.
My gracious, y'all are killing me. All right. So up in the top left-hand corner, you see stack of 3 lines. On the phones, you can actually swipe left or right. If you don't want to swipe or you don't know how to swipe, you can't get that particular motion figured out on how to do it. Those stacked 3 lines on the top left of your screen get you to the same spot.
Okay.
Okay. So I have to remember not to use my mouse, and I actually have to work off of my phone. This is really weird.
It's good. The mouse helps us know where you're clicking on the phone, so the combination of the two is working out.
Right, so I have to direct in two different places. All right, so the whole roll-up thing, this is where we get into, you're not going to see anything. This is all you're going to see as soon as you get in here, and you click on the stacked 3 lines. What we mean by roll up, because Scott has been so gracious as to plug the Discord server on his channel, we had to do something to eliminate the bots. We don't just have a subscribers only mode like Scott does for the chat. We had to do something kind of an equivalent. So that's what the roll up is. You'll only have to do this once. So all you do is come over here and click on roll up. And it's going to bring you into this particular channel.
It's
it
like
gives you
instructions. Right?
Right. So this is a thread. Nobody can post in here. If you look down here at the bottom, it says, done reading, check out Chambers chat. It's going to direct you, right? So you can't do anything in here other than scroll. And we've got some tidbits of info for you as far as what the layout really is. And we've actually got to update this because I've been fiddling around with this all night and reorganizing. So all you're going to do is actually scroll to the top of this. You have all of your different explanations as far as what the different categories are, and we'll get this up. This will get updated in the next couple of days anyhow. So if you scroll all the way to the top, you see a leveling bot. Okay, the only thing you guys have to do is click this little emote. All you're doing is reacting to this message. That's all you're doing.
That's basically you just saying, this is your I'm not a bot test.
Right.
You click the
it's
leveling
your I'm not
button,
a bot.
And
it's your CAPTCHA.
Yes, it's your CAPTCHA. Okay, so you click that, and what happens then?
So I click it, and it should highlight blue.
Okay.
I should also mention that I have my phone set to dark mode instead of light mode, so it may not highlight blue for those that are in light mode.
Yeah.
I have to figure that part out. So if I go back to this 3 lines, or if I swipe from left to right, now I have all of this stuff in here. Holy crap.
So you used to just have Chambers chat and the roll up, but now you have tons of stuff.
Everything. You have literally everything.
And these cases now, we have in that list, you have calendaring items. You have, like if you look at the bottom, like second from the bottom, it says court calendar, right? So if you were to click on that, correct, it would pull
so
up.
Before we get there, because this is the biggest thing that everybody kind of jumps ship when it comes to Discord. After you do your roll up reacting I'm not a bot thing, which you've only got to do once, remember? Mm-hmm. I want you to click on the very top. Whoops. I want you to click on the name of the actual server above your invite button. When you do that, you'll get a menu from the bottom. Everything is going to be kind of bold print. If you notice in the background here how Chambers chat is bold, everything when you first log in is going to be bold because you've not read everything that's in every channel.
It's like an unopened email type view.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
So to eliminate all of that, because all of these categories are going to be expanded too, and this is a lot to scroll through.
Like hundreds and hundreds of things.
Like all of these categories that you see here, all of these all have cases in them. Okay. So to be able to shrink these categories, you've got to mark everything as red. So if you click on the, as the gavel drops, server name, words are escaping me this morning. You click on the server name at the very top above your invite button, you'll have this nifty button that says mark as red. Okay.
Yep. I'm doing this for the first time right now.
I was getting ready to say, if anybody has their Discord account already created, please pull it up and do this with me. I'm also going to show you where to find my little quick videos on how to do this too, because y'all have access to that as well. So if you hit mark as read, everything is no longer bold until somebody puts something else in the chat.
So that way, if something goes bold, you'll know it's new and you're able to follow and read it without having to just scroll for everything. Good stuff.
So once everything is marked red, you can shrink these categories. So if you notice, there's a caret next to, on the left side of the category names on all of these categories, right? So if you click on that caret, it'll shrink it. And you won't see what's in there in that category until you need it or until you want to look there. Okay? It will not shrink if you have unread messages. Okay, so that's task number 1. Go mark everything as read. I want you to go back into the as the gavel drops header again after you do that. Same spot we just were. And I want you to click on that notification bell right here, which if you haven't done that on the YouTube channel, you really should, because we're almost at 10K.
We're so close.
So click on your notification bell in this particular pop-up window. I'm going to stop all of those incessant notifications that keep coming to your phones or keep popping up on your computer. That usually drives everybody away. On this screen, all messages is usually going to be the default. I want you to change it to only @ mentions. What this is going to do is only send you that push notification to your phone or only send you that pop-up notification to your computer when somebody specifically @ you.
So they're talking to you. Yeah. Or about you.
Or right. Well, it's not. Here, I'll show you. Here, hang on. I'll come back to the screen in just a second. So if I were to @ somebody, @recovery addict, I can type the ampersand and start typing somebody's username, and I can @ them, and it tags them, right? Just like being tagged on Twitter or on Instagram, whatever platform you use, it's the same thing, okay? Or everybody has a role. If you notice, everybody's name is a color, okay? I'm actually going to slide over. So, perfect. You see Matt Harris's name in blue. He's a moderator. You see, this is actually a peachy color. It's actually kind of faded on my computer screen, so I'm not sure how it's coming through on your side. So if your name is a peachy color, then you've rolled up. You've hit the I'm not a bot button, okay? This particular user here, which if you're watching the live stream now, hey, thanks for joining us. Go roll up so you can see everything else on the screen right now. So anybody that their name is in white color text, they have not rolled up. So in order to figure out if you've successfully done that or not, one, you'll be able to tell if you don't have all of the extra channels and stuff, you haven't rolled up. But if your name is in a different color, you haven't rolled up. Okay, so in here you can see, now we're back in the chat, right? All right, so T-Rox, shout out to T-Rox. Hey, I know you're in the chat. Her name is it's a lighter blue than Matthew because she's one of our calendar sleuths. She's got a different role. So the colors mean you have a different role. So I can tag somebody by doing the @ sign and typing their name, their username, or I can tag an entire group of people. And I can tag the @ roll up. I can tag the @ roll up roll. So everybody that's in the Discord that has rolled up will be tagged in this particular message. So the @ only notifications is going to be the @ role that you have and your specific username. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Scott, I'm not paying attention to YouTube chat. I'm also not reading what's in Discord chat right now because my brain cannot scroll too much. So if you see something that really needs to be answered, please stop me or flag me and I'll get there.
So we've got some people who are a little behind trying to follow along. They're asking what step 1 and 2 are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a timer or I'm going to edit this live stream and have in the description Discord instructions, and we'll have a little button you can click and you can rewatch that. It'll be easier than us trying to go back and do over and over for everyone as they come in. So this video will serve as a, we'll have a link that will be available as well. We'll put it on Facebook and whatever else. So
right.
Yep. I think that should get everyone active, and there's a lot to learn once you get in. Obviously, how things work.
Hey, look, somebody just joined.
Hey, who is it? Let's call them out.
Miss Crystal Donovan.
Crystal, congratulations! You've figured out the roll-up method.
You've joined the Discord, they have not rolled up yet.
Now you need to roll up. Okay. So for her, what she needs to do is go up to the very top.
All right. So from here, if you can figure out how to get to the roll up section, which show you again, when you get in here, if you have not rolled up, this is all you're going to see. This is it.
So you get there, you get to roll up, you read it, go up to the top, read it, and click the little icon underneath that blue smiley face where it says leveling bot. And then the world's your oyster at that point.
Right. And then everything is open. Now, this brings up a couple of great points. If you've been tagged, or if your role has been tagged, you see how there is a 1 next to this particular channel? That's where I have been mentioned, where I have been specifically tagged. Okay. If you're having a conversation in a case channel, that 1 could be further down this list. So wherever it may be, I usually get a banner. I'm trying to make it pop up. It will in a minute. Wherever it is, you'll get a red banner that's like right underneath this invite button that says new message or new tag or something like that. And you can click on it and it'll take you directly to that channel so you don't have to try and scroll through everything. Couple of things in this particular list, and I'll wrap it up here in just a second, Scott, because I'm not taking up your whole morning. Hey, look, new mentions. See? Yep. There we go. That's your red banner. If I click on this red banner, it'll take me to wherever that mention is, wherever I have specifically been tagged. Okay? So if I click on that, it's going to take me there. All right? Underneath your Chambers chat, you do have a sidebar voice chat where we can, like, Not a Drama Llama and Mary P and Donato is already in there, but they're muted, so they're not actually talking to each other right now, which is funny.
But I could jump in there, we could talk, and you could hear. Like we're doing here.
Everybody up.
It's a voice chat.
So, I mean, go in there and chat and kind of Not a Drama Llama decides to unmute. I can't hear you. We've gone in there and done all sorts of chats. It's really actually neat to be able to have this kind of dialogue with somebody outside of reading a text message.
Yep.
So that's definitely something we encourage everybody to join, as everybody starts joining now. Under the announcement section, there's a few things I really want to highlight. Helpful tips is one in particular. I specifically screen recorded myself doing these exact things on my phone and created little short 30-second clips of each type feature of thing. So if you don't remember how to turn your notifications off, notifications driving you nuts, play the video. It'll show you how to do it.
Awesome.
And only that particular part. So if you don't want to have to go through the entire live stream video and you only need to remember how to get back to your notification stuff, it's in the helpful tips channel. Okay. The only other things in here that are super important, the reminders is where we typically put in the all announcements, kind of. Usually when Scott goes live, we put the link to his live channel in here or in the case that we're covering channel. And I'll show you how to get there in just a second. So this is just to remind everybody of what's going on. Usually we post in here for the week, for what's coming up for the week, for court dates. So that's something helpful too. The symbol key is the other spot. This is still developing because I've even added 2 more today. If you need help figuring out what the emojis mean, which will make sense in just a second, here is your key. It's at the very top in your announcements. Okay. Pretty self-explanatory. And we have a pretty hilarious sense of humor when it comes to which emojis mean what. Matthew and Weatherwatch have their own little channel. We have a support channel as well. So if you need to reach them, you can. News, where we can kind of post stuff that is happening. If you don't see a case and you want to see it, put it in the case suggestions. This is all pretty super self-explanatory. So at this point, I'm just going to give you kind of the rundown of calendar is going to look a little different after I get done revamping it. But to give you an example, these are all things I have to update.
March and April. It shows the dates of each trial and where they're at.
Right. So let's say we're in week for 4-9.
That's an important week. That's the Sarah Boone trial. See that right there?
Right.
410.
It's all right here. What cases are starting trial for that week, what sentencing cases we have for the week, and who's got appearances. It's all right here.
It's good stuff. This is, you guys, this is incredible, an incredible gathering of data. That the amount of work that goes into this is unbelievable.
Yeah, and you can see I've been slacking on the calendar part because there's a whole bunch in here I need to update. So if you want to just kind of take a look at what's upcoming, it's all in court calendar. Nobody can post in there except for certain people. So you'll see this handy message down here. So all you can do is really look. Okay. Underneath that, I tried to set this up to where it would make sense and it would flow according to how cases move through court. Okay. And it's kind of backwards because I wanted the happening right now stuff up at the very top. So the in session category is all of the cases that are currently in trial or soon to be in trial, like next week.
And it's listed by the last name, first name, right?
Kind of, sort of. That's something that we're working to fix because certain cases, like the Idaho 4 case, we didn't have a name initially. Okay. So we named it the Idaho 4 case. So we've got to go back in and kind of update the titles, the channel titles, to include the defendant's name, because usually you have one defendant, you can have multiple victims, sadly. Yep. So to kind of save from having a super long channel name, like Idaho 4 will stay Idaho 4, but it'll have Brian Koberger's name in it. I say that because if you have no idea where to even look in here, I want this thing to go away. Go away. Thank you. If you have no idea where to look in Discord to figure out what category the case is you're looking for, there is a nifty nifty. If you come back into whatever, it doesn't matter what channel you're in, you can be wherever. You have this wonderful magnifying glass here at the top right. So I want to search to see if I have Sarah Boone. Let's do Boone. So Sarah's a pretty common name. So I don't want to just go with Sarah. I'm going to go with Boone. From those people. Okay, that's not. So you can actually narrow this down. Okay. Do I not have it labeled as Sarah Boone? What do I have it labeled as? Idaho. And I'm in the calendar, that's why. So get out of calendar.
There you go. So your Idaho.
Everybody see what I just did?
Yep.
So you can't search the other categories in calendar. You have to actually be within the categories for cases.
Okay,
so
that'll have, and then the results are clickable. So it'll take you right to.
Correct. So I want to go to the Idaho University channel. It's going to bring up whatever is in that particular channel itself, or whatever has that particular name to it. Usually we don't have anything other than the channel named a specific way, so it shouldn't ever populate more than one channel. But I can go, if you click on the actual white text here, that is the actual case name, it'll take you to the entire channel. Okay. Something else about the search feature. All right, so let's say Idaho. No, I don't want to do it that way. So you can search that way and just kind of search what's tagged with that particular name. Not in the document channel. Let's say you're in a particular channel and you want to figure out what category it's in. If you go to any channel you can type in, all of these channels, let me back up just a second. These here that you see shrunk down are categories. Okay, so when I say channel, I mean something that you can click in that is case specific. That is a channel.
It's within a category.
Within the category. Okay, so if I'm in here and I want to say, hey, what category is that Sarah Boone case in? Every channel can be tagged, just like we as users can be tagged. Channels can be tagged with the £, commonly known as the hashtag. So if I want to know what channel Boone is in, hey, look, I just start typing Boone, and this tells me what category it's in. So I don't have to sit here and scroll through every single category to find my Sarah Boone case. Okay, so all I'll do is back out and come back to, I'm already in session. And these are actually, we're in the process of reordering things to put them back in chronological order, because in session should be in order by when it's in trial. So here's my Sarah Boone text channel. Okay, we chat in here about this particular case. We do not chat in Chambers chat up here about Sarah Boone. We chat about Sarah Boone in the Sarah Boone channel. So everybody's on the same page and it doesn't muddy up basic chatter. Okay. last few things. Some of these cases, most of them that are currently in trial or have a trial date, have a secondary channel, usually the same channel name as the chat channel, case channel, but it has a file folder instead. What might that be, Scott?
I'm guessing that's where you put documents. Bingo. How many points do I get for the right answer?
So I have a way of getting a hold of lots of documents.
Yes, but we don't want you to incriminate yourself for anything on the live on the channel.
Oh no, I won't. It's all legal. Yeah. So nobody can post in here except for certain roles. I'm now starting to get some people that are sending me some documents, which is fantastic. That's really helpful. But this is where all of the documents go for the case itself. And you can click on these. So let's say I want to pick on letter 6. Let's click on it. Yep. It may ask you if you want to proceed and trust the domain. You hit yes, and it's going to bring you within the Discord app. If you look up here, within the Discord app, you're viewing the PDF.
And that is Sarah Brune's handwritten letter to the judge. Which is
and it's awesome. Her last one, I believe.
Yes. Okay, Amber, we're gonna have to wrap this up a little bit. We're getting close to video time from court. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to point out? I realize a lot of people have joined as this has gone on. We're gonna put a link in the. I'm going to put a link in the description of this video where you can jump back in time to the beginning of this training. Amber's going to get me that link and then I'll put it in. And then you'll be able to watch this again because it's hard to go over for everyone who jumps in now to start back at the beginning. We'll probably just have you jump back and watch that either at a later time or you can do it today if you're during a break or something. But this is how you connect to Discord after you've clicked the link in the chat because, like what pops up on the screen here, join us on Discord. You click the link. We've taken you from clicking that link to getting access to all the documents in the Discord and really just a basic understanding of how it works, how it's structured, how to search, how to comment, what features are there. And there's more. You can get really deep into this. But I think what we've covered is pretty much a basic understanding that
right.
will
it's
get
the
your
basics.
feet wet.
If you can just get here, the categories make sense once you start tinkering around in here. The biggest issue everybody had was the notifications and not being able to shrink everything down so they don't have to see anything unnecessarily. For anybody that's got questions, please, please, please send somebody in Chambers chat up here. When you're in there, say, hey, I need some help.
Yep.
I don't know how to do this. Where can I find that helpful tips thing? You can actually at the moderators using that ampersand if you hit this button and you type something, it's going to tag every one of us that have a mod status. So if you need help, please, please, please come back into Chambers chat and say, I can't figure this out. I need some help. 10 to 1, I'm going to actually reach out to you one-on-one and give you a one-on-one kind of demo.
They're good like that. And I mean, you can't pay for that level of service and it's free. Amelia, you don't have to be a member of Discord. Obviously, if you're not interested in the documents and the background and the updates and doing some research on your own, it might not be the thing for you. And that's all right. You don't have to. But if you do want to, say, hey, I want to read Sarah Boone's, first 6 letters that she wrote from jail. I want to read each one of them in her own handwriting. This is the place you go to find it instead of having to go out on the internet and search and request documents and access them from the court and things like that. This is just a central, repository for everything. But it's but so you don't have to if you don't want to, obviously, but we're not going to force you and twist your arm. But we did want to, for the people who do want it and weren't familiar with how to run this, I asked Amber to come on this morning and give us a little Discord 101 class, which you've done a fantastic job with, Amber. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
I've been a little scroll brain.
You stayed up all
really
night
and truly,
preparing.
It makes sense once you get in here and start tinkering around with it. Send me a DM. My name is the same on Discord as it is in YouTube chat. I'm on the Facebook group as well. If you need help, you can't figure it out, please reach out to one of us. If you want to be in here and actually see everything, I want to be able to help you do that. And part of that is the engagement and the chatter between all of us. So when Scott's not live and we want to sit and talk about this case, we can actually sit here and have a conversation.
Yep.
That's the goal.
You can do a voice conversation with your phone. You can hear other people, talk to them, get to know what people sound like that maybe don't want to be live on the air, but are okay talking to just like 3 or 4 people.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
Like
that way.
Bite Me right now is not muted.
Hey, jump in there. Jump in there.
Chat.
Let's see if we can hear Rebecca. I'll jump in. I can do that.
And somebody jump ship.
Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if I'm...
You're unmuted, yep.
But I'm not sure if my audio stream is connected right. Hang on one second. Can anyone in sidebar hear me, or is this... I think I've got my connection going wrong.
I think you're right. Here comes everybody else.
There I am. So,
there you are.
Yeah, I'm talking in the sidebar chat right now, and everyone who's in there can say stuff. And look,
so this whole platform was meant for all of us true crime addicts to be able to converse and chit chat about all of these cases and regular real life stuff when we get sick of the true crime bit for 2 seconds and actually kind of become a huge community and group. So the goal is the engagement. Most of my friends are in this Discord.
Amber, thank you very much. You're getting lots of thanks in chat as well. People are saying that it's good to have a walkthrough. Appreciate the tutorial. Wonderful. Hopefully that will help people out. And once you get help yourself, encourage your friends who might not have figured it out as quickly as you did. Just how much fun it is. We'd love to see more people over there. It's awesome. Amber,
it's an amazing platform. And this particular server is definitely one of a kind. So chat away in any respective place you want. We welcome it. Suggestions are always welcome too.
And I think you have sort of the same rules. You're basically a be nice type community over there as well that we have here.
Yeah, we don't mind the cursey words in the Discord.
I noticed that your name over on Discord is different than your name in YouTube.
Well,
you have a middle name. You have a middle name.
Not on this particular account. This is the demo account. I had to keep it clean. But
okay.
Weatherwatch is the entire reason I have a middle name on my main Discord account.
Blame Thomas for everything. Awesome, Amber. I'm going to let you go. If you need to get some sleep today, I would understand if we don't see you in chat. Get some rest. Your health is more important than
what you talking about, Willis? I still got to work until 4:30.
Awesome. Well, we're about to get a video feed from the court. We have not missed anything yet.
Yeah, I'm going to hop off.
So we'll switch over there. Thank you very much, Amber. Thanks to all those over on Discord, the mods, the Toxic, everybody that makes that possible. Whoa, that got really weird. That's like acid trip weird. Do you guys?
I don't know what that just did, but
it was on my side.
I just stopped sharing my screen.
What happened was it switched back to my view, and I was showing, and that on Zoom it defaults to what I see, and so I was seeing myself in like infinity. Yeah, information overload.
You're welcome.
Anyway,
glad I could take you there.
Thank you very much. We'll see you, Amber. Have a great day.
All righty. Have a good one, y'all.
Bye. All right. Now we're getting all set for trial. Thank you very much, Amber. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let me get everything set up again where we want it for today. We are... let's see. I need a different super source. Oh, man. I had a perfect setup yesterday, and I forgot to save it. Bummer. Okay. Well, we'll do a 3-box. Box 1 will be 2. Box 2 will be 3. And box 3 will be 1. There we go. Okay, here we go. We are coming up on court right now. Get rid of that. Let's be on the other corner. There we go. So we're waiting any second now. We're expected to get a live feed. We are watching the numbers right now because today may be the day. We are so close to 10,000. What could help us get there is if everyone clicked the like button. And I don't beg for that very much, but I'd like for this to happen today. And clicking that like button is one way to let everyone else know that this is a fun place to be. And then YouTube says, oh, people might like it here, and they recommend the channel to other people. And that helps us grow just a little bit. I missed it earlier. I tried to put it up on the screen, but I want to go back and mention it particularly because Sandra Doland just became a new member to the gallery. Thank you so much, Sandra. I appreciate you joining. Membership has its perks. In addition to all the emojis that become available to you, you also get a front row seat. So make sure you go ahead and type !seat and get moved right up to the front of the courtroom where the view is fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandra. Okay, we have, let's see, Bite Me says I'm using AirPods, so I don't think voice is going through. I kept saying hello with no response. Yeah, we didn't see the audio coming through. We might have to test that a little bit, Rebecca, see what's happening there. Let's see. You need to remind us to hit the like button more often. Just once per live stream is all. I think if you hit it again, then it unlikes. The only thing you should hit twice is the dislike button. If you see one, just click that twice, and we'll be good. Good afternoon from Spain. Wonderful. Good to have you with us here, Sarah Bailey. What did I miss yesterday afternoon? Sarah, the end of trial yesterday I thought was really good. We had the brain doctor. I guess he's not a brain surgeon, but he's like a traumatic brain injury doctor who himself has had a stroke and has, I think that was 20 years ago. And basically, from my understanding, he had to sort of teach himself how to speak again. And so his speaking manner is very slow and very deliberate. And that was difficult for some people to listen to as far as follow what he was saying. But if you were able to, he had an amazing moment where he actually testified that at the very end, the only time you see people who have a traumatic brain injury from a post-concussion with these effects that goes on for years after the fact is when they're trying to get money from someone, when they're suing, basically saying that Terry was lying. So that was some interesting testimony that they managed to get in around all the objections. They tried several other ways and got blocked, but at the end they got there. Diana, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Looks like that went to Princess Lukey. Congratulations, Princess Lukey. Good to have you back in green. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Diana. So that was the very end of the day. Vinny's mom, welcome. Thanks for clicking on the subscribe button. The rest of the day, we left when they started doing jury instructions, and they started going over everything. They started talking about the time left, how what the balance was, and we found out that the plaintiff side has actually used about 45 minutes more than the defendant side has. It was actually some of the most interesting moments of trial happened after we quit, and it went forever. Lawyers are supposed to be in court at 8:15. They are. That's so 10:15 our time is when they're starting, because this morning, Cass, and thank you for that reminder. This morning, there's a couple things happening. First of all, last night, the plaintiff's side decided they would rest as long as Mr. Owens stops questioning Terry, because remember, he stopped right in the middle of his cross and said, we'll finish up later. We've got to jump to these people. We have a schedule issue. Well, he says, okay, I'll stop questioning Terry, but you guys have to rest. Now, if you listen carefully to that conversation, Mr. Owens said, I'll stop with Terry, but I can call him in my case. And then he made no more mention of that, even on his list of people he might call. And he said, it's up in the air, not sure exactly. He still might call Terry back to the stand and question him directly. So it still might be like a cross type situation. So that can happen, but defense now has the case. The plaintiff is going to rest, I think, formally in front of the jury. At that point, it enables the defendant to make a motion, which is going to happen, I think, around 8:15. I don't know. It's going to be. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen, but it's going to be. They're going to move for a directed verdict, saying we believe that the elements of the charges have not been met, and we want it thrown out. So that's going to happen this morning as well. Then we have a whole ton of like 6 expert witnesses, and I think they have combined between prosecution or between the plaintiff and the defense, they have 5.5 hours of jury time today. So the jury is going to get out a little early today. It's going to be bizarre, but they don't have enough time for everything they want, and that the time that's left, total time, is like 9 hours of jury time with the jury in the room, 9 hours, and that's over 2 days, and that includes their closings, an hour each of closing. So it's going to be interesting. They're going to have to make some tough decisions and cut people that they spent a lot of money on, and obviously Mr. Owens is going to whine about that through the whole thing. So that's going to be fantastic to see that to develop and see where that goes. How do I get a little building beside my name, says Carla Tate. Unless you have some Legos. No, just kidding. The building shows membership as far as a membership on the channel. And one way to do that is by changing your settings on the channel to allow gifts. And you can do that by clicking I believe the $sign, and then clicking the membership. There are three little, like a hamburger icon or 3 dots at the top, and you can say allow gifts on this channel. Another way is if you are on a computer, it's actually much easier on a computer. You can just go in chat and type !gifts, and then it will bring up a link. Click the link in chat. That will take you right to that setting. You can turn the setting on. Then when somebody does gift a membership, which happens fairly often on this channel, then you can you'd be eligible to receive it. YouTube will select who it goes to, but you would be eligible. Other than that, you would have to join yourself by clicking the join button on the channel. Also easier to do on a computer than on a phone. Does that help? There it is. Enable gifts on this channel. That'll do it. Laura, good afternoon. You're in for a long haul today, right? Up all night. It's going to be fun. This is going to be really fun today. I'm actually super excited to see what happens, because I think we're getting to the good parts. We're getting towards the end. Most of the information is. Oops, there it is. Sorry, I swiped that right off the screen. Most of the information has been presented, and now it's going to be, the closing is going to be 2 hours long, and then off to the jury by lunchtime tomorrow. It is a great day to be here. Yes, and Princess Luki, you look great in green again. That is fantastic. Congratulations on getting that membership gift. I was believing Murdaugh. That's how bad I am at judging people. 56 years. I must really be stupid. No, Vinny's mom. Don't do that. He is very gifted at doing that. We heard every single person who grew up and lived around him, who even the people who he was stealing from, believed him. That's not a sign of gullibility. That's a sign of his expert skill in shaping the discussion that way. You're catching up on the 230 plus messages you missed while doing the demo. Yes, the comments are hilarious. It's one of the best parts of the channel. Melody, I did go back and listen to the jury instructions session last night. Amazing stuff. I wish it had happened sort of earlier, but it was so late in the day. So many people needed some sleep. We'd been with it for so long. I went back. I listened last night. I went back again this morning, listened to parts of it again, and it was great. I think it was one of the best parts of the day, was in that discussion between just the two sides and the judge. Most of the court was empty. There were just a couple observers. Obviously, Mr. Terry was gone. Gwyneth Paltrow was gone. Half the lawyers were gone. Like Sykes was gone. James was gone. So it was a much smaller group, and it was very entertaining and interesting that way. Sorry, I'll turn the sounds back up as we wait for court to start. We've got just a few minutes. Let's see, what does it say we have? It says it's starting at 9:30 their time. But I think it might go live before that, less than 24 minutes. Murdaugh is a master at lying. I believe he even believes his own lies. It is hump day. Thank you, Sassy. I appreciate that. How was the casserole? I loved it. We ate the whole entire thing. Tag gave me a recipe for tater tot casserole, which has I would say the closest thing I've had to that before would probably be like a shepherd's pie, but the top has tater tots. It was really good. I liked it. I am very blurry. I can tell you why. Okay, now I should be less blurry. Does that help? It was focusing on my microphone instead of something else. Okay. See, Melody says it made me wonder why $3 million when zero economic damages. Yeah, that was interesting. There was some discussion between the lawyers and about the damages specifically. Mr. Owens was concerned, where he brought up his concern that the jury might try to award Gwyneth Paltrow with $1 million instead of the $1, and trying to make sure they limit it to $1. We had the other side was talking about they're not asking for any economic damages, and some of it is because his treatment was through the VA, that there was no out-of-pocket expense because that was all covered treatment. And Mr. Owens agreed not to sort of emphasize that, even though he sort of did touch on it a little bit in his open. So it was just some fun conversation. If you like the back and forth of the chess match of a court case, I would go back and watch that for sure. It was fantastic. We're not going to have time to go cover everything that happened, but if there's something you guys watched that you would like to discuss, let me know. We'll try to talk about it a little bit this morning. Wait, this was your first tater tot casserole halfway to 92? Yes, it was, Eddie. It was my first tater tot casserole. I've had tater tots, but I've never had them on top of a casserole. Recipe for tater tot casserole stuff, please. Tag, where do you want to put that? Do you want to put that on the Facebook site or over on Discord in general? I don't know where you'd like that, but I feel bad giving out your recipe without your permission. Will Peter find a GoPro video, or who destroyed it? Cass, this was interesting because the GoPro video was brought up, especially because Mr. Owens does not want the plaintiff, or Mr. Sykes basically, in the closing, to rub it in his face that he said, he told you this was the most important link in the whole case, and this was the key, everything, this link that went to a missing video. Well, we have the link, and there's no video. He was wrong type thing. And he doesn't want that rubbed in his face. And Mr. Owens is like, I'd actually like the jury to be told that we only have the link because of my office, even though his office did nothing other than receive an email saying, hey, you know how easy it is to find out what's out there. Anyway, so he wants the jury to know that they only have the link because of out of the goodness of the defense's hearts. And he doesn't want it rubbed in his face that there's no GoPro link. And he's saying there still may have been a GoPro video out there, and the judge sort of agrees that they've heard enough testimony the jury can conclude there was a GoPro video. And it sounded like the judge himself believes that there probably was a GoPro video that got deleted at some point. And the jury may conclude that it was deleted by the plaintiff. So, and Mr. Sykes is like, well, it could have been a ski patrol video, and the judge like, nope, there was no evidence about that. No, that wasn't brought up. You got to stick to the facts of the case. So that'll be fun to see how GoPro features into the closings, particularly because I don't think we'll have any more testimony on it. Good morning, Lady Writer. Britt Bratt. I have to adjust the quality on every live because my phone sucks. Everyone is blurry. I'm sorry. It's if YouTube set to audio, it'll adjust the speed while streaming. Yes, it should be. I'm on. Let me see what setting I'm on. I think I lowered my transmission setting a tiny bit. Let's see. Make sure I'm not showing my streaming key here. Yeah, it still should be pretty clear. But I've lowered it just in case, because we had so many video feeds going at once on my end that I wanted to make sure there was no buffering for you guys. See, Bridget, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. It's awesome. The number is slowly climbing up towards 10,000. I do hope that happens today. Sound effects are silenced. Let me fix that. Let's fix that here. Why are the sound effects not working? Sound 32. Hold on just one second. Let's turn this off. I'm going to do a quick check on a sound effect.
Bring the jury.
They're working. Are people trying the triggers and they're not working? I'm not seeing any triggers in chat right now. Gordon did one. Let's see if that one triggers. Yep, they're working. Sound effects are working. All right, I turned them down for Amber's presentation just because that would be distracting. Those diagrams on your channel thumbnail depict a certain moderator's tackle hugs. That would be Thal. That would be Thal that you're throwing under the bus there. I'm thinking this case is going GP's way. I would have to agree at this point. I have no indication of where the jury is, other than I've heard that from, let's see, Danny on Point, or Danny on Direct. I call her Danny on Point, but Danny on Direct, her YouTube channel. She was in court 2 days ago and watched the jury, and she had a good view of a couple jurors who started laughing at, like, visibly laughing at the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Sykes, when he tried to, when he got up there and he was all doing this up towards the jury, and it's like he looked like Papa Bear coming to attack type thing, and they were busting up. And so there's an indication that they thought it was funny. She says that they don't appear to be appreciating the drama or the theatrics of the court, but so possibly that could mean that it's leaning GP's way. Okay. Air fry them first and then put them on top. I would like that. I do like my my tater tots a little bit crunchier than they came out, but it was still delicious. I ate every last speck of it. 40 more people until 10K. It's so close. Once court starts, I imagine some people will be routed in here. We might have some video coming to us shortly. Looks like they're going live right now. That would indicate that the judge actually is. It's 8:15 their time. He said it would be live at 8:15, so it might happen. I don't think anyone has knowingly committed perjury. It's hard to prove someone lied with malice as opposed to just really believing what they think they saw. Inconsistencies still sink a case, though. All rise. Court is now in session. GoPros are a giant waste of money because it's just a cheap Chinese camera in a shell. Jim Bob, yes and no. I say that because I've used both. I'm actually using one now. So with the camera, let's see.
Alex stole it.
Box 3 right here. This is a GoPro camera right here that I use. I like it. It's actually crooked.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I've used GoPro cameras in some professional settings as well. They have their use. There are some other ones out there that are fairly inexpensive. I know DJI makes one that's pretty good. There's a few other brands that are very similar, but in using all those, and I've used those for some television productions, all different brands. I've never had one. I've had a lot of problems with the ones that weren't GoPros. The cheap knockoffs, the $35, $75 ones, they would overheat. The batteries would not last nearly as long as we needed to. We'd have file corruption issues, even some difficulty having compatibility with different memory cards. I think GoPro has a good product. It has a very limited use, though.
Too early here in Santa Barbara for tater tots potato.
It's too early for tater tots. Yeah, dinner time maybe, right? Is that Danny on direct or something else? Yes, it's Danny on direct. She's actually, she ran for office in Salt Lake City, I believe, a couple years ago. She did not win, is my understanding, but she ran for office, and now she's changed. She's becoming a full-time YouTuber, so she's just picking up on that. She is a lawyer, and so it's pretty interesting. I hear you, Jim Bob. I need things that some of those cameras don't offer. Like I need a clean HDMI output that has nothing on screen. I need some features that they don't have. That's the only problem. So I have to go with GoPro on mine for that. Because a GoPro for me is much cheaper than buying another, $2,800 camera just for a back view. I've had breakfast tater tots once. That is a thing. You can go to, McDonald's, I think, serves a version of tater tots for breakfast. Jenny says, hit me up on the burner phone. I'd love to talk to you about it. I've talked to a ton of people. I'll be happy to give you any advice or recommendations and help that I can offer. No charge. It's what I do. I love doing it. I'd love to talk to you about it. We aren't seeing chat on screen. I will fix that. Now you are. So Jenny says, I wanted to be a full-time YouTuber. No clue how to get started. Let's see. Who else did I put on screen that you didn't see? Did you see Jan? Do you see Jan's super chat? Too early for in here to Santa Barbara for tater tots. Thank you, Jan, for the super chat. Okay. I think we're supposed to have court any second now. The judge said 8:15, so that is now. Yes, studio services are great. You create a channel. There's a little bit of sign up, a little bit of authentication. I think you have to give your phone number or something before you can go live. There's very little to actually to go live. To go live from a mobile device, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers, so that will be a little different. I need to get that phone turned off. There we go. I think I need equipment. About equipment. Who said that? Jenny. I would recommend to start with what you have. So many people think that they can't go live unless they've got a studio like this. Not true. I happen to have this from years of doing audio video stuff on other projects, but I would recommend to start with what you have, and most people have a smartphone. I would start with a smartphone, and then the first upgrade you make once you're ready, once you decide, hey, this is something I'd like to expand and do, is fix audio, get a better microphone. And slowly build it up. So start with what you have, fix the audio first, because good audio is much easier to watch bad video if there's good audio, and then work from there. As Rode, the Twitter account, Rode would say, they're the ones who make my microphone and a bunch of other stuff. The audio is more important than video, and it really is. I agree. Let's see. My wife wanted to go to her office early to prep for a class, but that didn't happen because a cow escaped on our lawn. That's country living. Richard, that's awesome. Cow on the front lawn. I enjoy the interaction with chat that you allowed someone on your channel with the soundboard. Super rad. Yeah, that is fun. The ability to bring a phone call in is just awesome. So I do have my burner phone connected to the soundboard, which allows me to take calls at any time. So if somebody out there has some amazing information, says, "Hey, I've had experience here. Can I call in?" Yes, he can. And obviously I've got to be cautious because there's a chance that somebody could be listening and be like, "Hey, I want to mess with this guy's channel," and say all the bad words. But I can cut it pretty quick. So I guess we kind of broke the stream first thing this morning. I'm still catching up on chat. It's all right. We did great this morning. I know your wife has 1,000+ subs. Where is she at now? James, as far as her channel goes, are you asking how many subs she has? I think she did just break 1,000. You guys helped her with that. Thank you so much. She's at 1,120 right now, which is just awesome. Yeah, if that's what you got, I would say start with that. Don't spend a lot of money on cameras, on equipment, on stabilizers, on lighting. Even the lighting that I have here is I think I paid less than $200 for all the lighting that I use on my studio. And that's, I bought just one item at a time. There's very little that I didn't go out and say I'm going to need this and this and this and place a huge order. This was over, I'm trying to think how many years I've acquired all this stuff. Probably over 10 years. And it adds up. It's over about $10,000 worth of equipment, but it was over 10 years of buying things for jobs that I needed and things like that. Have they shown the new link evidence yet? I can't find it. Are you talking about the email URL of where it goes to? That in this trial, that it actually pointed to that picture of the ski patrol girl who gave the toboggan ride down to Terry. That's all it pointed to, and then it pointed also to the comment section for that photo. Let's see. Rachel Wood says, "Good morning. I am running around. Oh, my morning running around is done. I'm here for the best part of my day with my other jurors and at RA. My bingo card today has, let's see, Rachel, what is on your bingo card? Orange shirt guy wearing hunter green. Ooh, hunter green. That's a strong choice. A prosecutor lady wardrobe malfunction, and Owens yelling at prosecution. Rachel, I'm not sure if you're going to get the wardrobe malfunction or not, but wow, yeah, that was the previous trial. That was Zachariah Anderson, where that was more likely. But I don't know. This is Park City. It's a little more conservative up here. iPhone ain't cheap. I agree. It's not. Android has iPhone, for all the amazingness they have on their cameras. Android beat them to almost every feature they have, and I'll say that openly. Android had multiple cameras before iPhone did. They've got all sorts of features before iPhone did. A cheap smartphone can do an amazing job with a YouTube video. Can someone tell me when the lawyers discuss the financial rewards? Adam, are you talking about yesterday's? It was probably about half an hour before they wrapped yesterday. If you go to the Court TV feed, I think Law and Crime might have dropped the feed and then picked it up again. So there might be a second video from yesterday, but Court TV sort of continued all the way through. Where do we get the bingo cards? Right now, we're just making them ourselves, Jenny. But we've had discussions about providing some and trying to get them mailed out to people. Just sort of an at-cost type thing. What color shirt will Orange wear? Well, we've got one vote for Forest Green. I do think the orange shirt guy is going to be there again. He's been there for several days. He's really enjoying it. Probably more than anyone else in the courtroom. He's really enjoying the whole experience. He'll probably be seated in the same place. That's my biggest fear in trial, a wardrobe malfunction. Oh, man. I'd rather lose than have a wardrobe malfunction. We could probably reach out to Danny on direct and see, because she did make friends with him. Probably knows who he is, but I don't believe he's a YouTuber. I think he's just an interested party, and maybe a local. I don't know how to say your name. HWOJ Hwoj. Welcome to the gallery. I appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Please take a seat in the front row. And have some fun with the emojis. Potato bread. Oh, potato bread is so good. I love that, Amelia. Now I need lunch already. I just finished breakfast, but I'm ready for lunch now. Hey, recovered. That guy didn't survive the car crash yesterday. Miss Winters, I heard that. That is awful. We had no idea that was going to happen. I'm glad I didn't go back and replay it. But clearly, this is why you want to stay in a moving vehicle. Getting out of a moving vehicle does not end well for anyone. Yeah, they have a break and then they pick it up so you can go towards the end of the stream and see the lawyer's discussion. Yes, and it's good discussion. I mean, it's worth watching. Like of all the things you want to rewatch yesterday, probably Pictionary and then that ending is worth. So if you missed yesterday, watch through the Pictionary witness and then go to the lawyer's discussion at the end of the day after the jury had left, and that'll pretty much catch you up. There are virtual bingo cards which are fully customizable. We might need a link for that. Send people out to it. A yellow shirt for the green shirt or the orange shirt guy. He has the most expressive facial expressions. I mean, his eyebrows are way up and down, and he's all over the place, and he's forward and back. I'm really surprised he hasn't been thrown out. Bingo card has man bun not chewing gum today because he got scolded by judge. Well, guess what? Mr. Refrigerator, I don't know what to call him, the big, huge attorney on the plaintiff side was chewing gum during the closing, back and forth after the jury left yesterday. He was just chomping away, open mouth and all. It was quite interesting. I think you will wear red today. I am going with a solid. I think we'll have a solid color. No patterns. Orange shirt breaks his neck to look at jurors and Terry. Yeah, he's got a pretty good view according to Danny. That's a pretty good view. I think he's obstructed by a couple people, so you'll see him crane to see around someone. Going for the red shirt. Blue was my first. If you just rewatch yesterday and you're skipping around, you might get to a point where suddenly a lawyer is up on the stand talking and saying things that go against what she's argued in the case. She's the plaintiff lawyer. What happened yesterday is there were a couple witnesses who, because of timing, were not able to be there and testify. So the two sides agreed that they could just read the word just escaped me. Their previous deposition, read the deposition in, and they did a back and forth where they were role playing. And so the person asking the questions was asking the questions that both the plaintiff and the defense asked. And so they just asked a question, and then the witness answers. The witness happened to be a lawyer, so it was lawyers asking lawyers questions, pretending to be other people in both cases, and it was sort of funny back and forth. We had Moses, who was the man bun, who has he was playing the part of Moses, and I'm not sure if that was his normal voice, but he had the kid's voice down pat. So some good acting there, but it was pretty good. It was quick, which was what we liked. Giraffe neck, that's what we're going to call him. GP comes into court wearing an Iron Man suit. Oh, that would be awesome. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for court. The brown shirt. Do you know whether GP's mom's been present? I have not seen her, and I haven't seen in chat anyone recognize her. So I do think if she'd be there, she would probably try to sit on GP's side, even though there's not really assigned seating as far as sides go. But she might be there. Going for a khaki shirt. Why do court clerks read the verdict sheets? It depends on the court. We've actually had we've had some courts. I'm trying to remember which one. We had some courts where the judge read the verdict sheets instead. It's just preference. I don't think it's a law. Diana just gifted another membership, and that one went to Pampered Glamper. Congratulations, Pampered Glamper, and thank you so much, Diana, for the gifted membership. Yes, this case is in Utah. This is the first time a civil case. Oh, judge is here. We're going to start.
Good morning.
We'll start here. The first time a civil case has been aired on TV
Please
in
forgive
Utah.
my delay. I was taking a look at the filings from last night, the motion and the opposition. So let the record reflect that counsel are present. Are you ready to argue your directed verdict motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Owens?
I don't think I saw an opposition. So when was that filed, and do we have it?
7:03 this morning.
Very good.
I don't see orange shirt guy yet.
After yours.
So this is where he's going to argue probably for about 45 minutes
and just
that
to
the judge
clear,
should throw the case
has,
out.
rested their case. Is that accurate?
Yes, the plaintiff has rested their case.
Accordingly, it's appropriate for me now to raise Rule 50 of the Utah Rules of Civil Procedure, which permits a party after a party has been fully heard on an issue during a jury trial, and the court finds that a reasonable jury would not have a legally sufficient evidentiary basis to find for the party on that issue. I address in particular, some of this argument predates us, but it's good to kind of bring us up to speed, I think. At one time, the plaintiff pursued both a negligence claim and a negligent infliction of emotional distress with punitive damages claim. The court heard all arguments on that and granted Paltrow's motion on the second claim, negligent infliction of emotional distress and punitive damages. At that time, the court made some findings. I have that ruling in front of me, dated August 2, 2021. Excuse me. The undisputed facts do not support the assertion that Ms. Paltrow committed a hit and run, among other findings. When we came to court 8 days ago, seems like 8 months ago, the court said, the plaintiff said, we're still asserting a negligence claim after the collision. I brought this to the court's attention, and Your Honor, we looked at the complaint, which only asserts negligence up to the ski collision. And you said under general pleading standards, I'm going to hear evidence of it. We've now heard evidence. I believe no one has testified, and I know Your Honor asked us to marshal the evidence that would show it for the other side. So I have racked my brain on anyone saying that there was a breach of care, breach of a duty for Ms. Paltrow to not provide information and stick around longer. There has been some reference to the skier's responsibility code that has a sentence in there to that extent. Ms. Paltrow testified that she left only after a designated Deer Valley representative said, you can go. I think the undisputed testimony is that Mr. Erickson told Ramon, I guess who was in better mental shape, who she was. Your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. And we know that Mr. Sanderson was aware of the name because by 9 p.m. he's texting that he's famous. And he's famous because he knew that he had collided with Gwyneth Paltrow. So I don't see any evidence that, or any testimony from any expert or witness, fact witness, that there was a breach of that duty. Then moving to damages, one has to prove not just that there was a breach of a duty, but that it caused damages. I've heard zero testimony on that issue. And in fact, they did learn who it was. So a classic hit and run is someone just hurt me and left. I don't know who that person is. It's a phantom skier. That was never the case here. Whitney was the toboggan person from Deer Valley. She recalls hearing from Ramon, it was Gwyneth Paltrow, it was Gwyneth Paltrow, it was Gwyneth Paltrow. So I don't think the plaintiff has made their case on that, and I request directed verdict. On a somewhat broader issue, the issue of negligence generally, which would throw out the whole case. The case law in Utah, as I read it, which I acknowledge may be overly optimistic, but that two skiers can collide without one of them being negligent. This has been the subject of one of my jury instructions. I don't believe I've heard anyone testify that they saw Ms. Paltrow skiing negligently before the collision. The 3 or so skier-on-skier collision cases, as I read them, requires something more than because of the implied risks of skiing. Unlike, for instance, a car accident where someone has to be at fault, I think skiing is different. When we strap on sticks on our feet and go down a slippery slope, the implied risks, including specifically collision with other skiers, they need something more. I acknowledge the testimony of Mr. Bogger, who said if Gwyneth's story is accurate, there was a breach by Sanderson, and he was asked the cross question, which was if Sanderson's story is correct, then Gwyneth breached the skier code. So I acknowledge that's out there. On its face, that sounds like, that's a classic jury question. But I think there's still a dearth of testimony about no one saw her skiing negligently, certainly not recklessly or dangerously. I think the most they have is Carrie Oakes. We read part of that transcript of this idea that somehow at the top of the lift, Moses and or Apple were saying, "Hey, Mom, we want you to watch us." That I think is the most. Now, it's funny if you caught this from reading those kids' depositions. Moses says, "I don't remember saying that." Apple says, "I don't remember saying that." Gwyneth says, "I don't remember saying that." But Carrie Oakes said something to the effect that at some point they did. Now, I think there was a specific question, hey, was that just before the collision? And I remember her testimony saying no. I mean, it was sort of this generic thing. It wasn't close in time. With that, I think it's appropriate to remove these issues from the jury. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a quick argument. I thought it was going to be much longer than that. We'll hear what the other side has to say. Tag, I also disagreed with some of the stuff the witness said.
Good morning, Judge. I assume you've read our brief that was filed early this morning.
I did.
So I'd just like to add a few points in addition to that. Terry's own testimony supports negligence claim against Gwyneth Paltrow. It's never changed. He said he heard a scream and then he was hit and he was out. This is corroborated many times by Craig Ramone, the only eyewitness who saw it a few seconds before the impact. He heard the scream and then turned over and saw Gwyneth Paltrow ski into the backside of Terry. It was a hard enough hit that it knocked him down and gave him 4 broken ribs and a concussion. That's very clear. That's causation and damages. Craig Ramone said that Gwyneth Paltrow never talked with anyone at the scene. There's, of course, disputed testimony that she swore at Terry at the scene. In either case, it shows negligence afterwards because it delayed the summoning of ski patrol because Craig Ramone said he was shocked or stunned that what's going on here, and then Next thing you know, everyone leaves, and he's there alone with Terry Sanderson.
So what's the evidence? As pointed out by the defendant in their briefing, what's the evidence that delay in treatment, and we get this in, a medical malpractice case where there's an allegation that the diagnosis was delayed negligently, and there always has to be medical evidence to support damages during that delay period.
The delay, there was...
What were your client's damages during... If it was delayed, what were your client's damages?
At least $1, Your Honor, worth of damages. He was frightened. There's evidence from Craig Ramon that he was frightened. Terry Sanderson testified he was frightened, and that added to his mental anguish, compounding his mental health injuries.
But fright doesn't support a negligence claim, does it?
It may just be worth $1 or more, but
no. But my question is,
it does support a negligence claim.
Isn't that what negligent infliction of emotional distress claim is all about? Whether fright can be recovered, and that has already been evaluated by the court.
It has been, but then we're focusing not on NIED. We're focusing on the delay in treatment, the delay in summoning the ski patrol.
But the only damage that you can point to is fright.
Well, there's fright and the delay, and the fact that...
Let me ask you the secondary question I'd like you to comment on. Can she recover for that anyway under the negligence claim?
Can he or she?
Can't your client recover for that fright, or I assume under the jury instruction that would be mental anguish?
Yes.
Under the non-economic damages jury instruction. So can't you recover for that anyway? What does this give you, this post-accident conduct give you that you don't already have?
In comparison to the permanent brain injury, it's small, but it gives us additional damage that continues afterwards because...
And why can't you argue that damage anyway?
We can, but it's... it seems like the defense wants to cut off all evidence because of the motion for summary judgment on negligent infliction of emotional distress, but that only says that claim is gone, which has a different standard than normal negligence.
Correct.
So we're arguing that standard negligence applies here for what happened after the crash. We also have the violation of the skiers code and the Summit County ordinance, the safety, which requires that the defendant stay on the scene to summon help, give out names. The evidence at trial shows that Terry Sanderson was knocked out and didn't know what happened, and Whitney Smith did not believe Craig Ramon saying, hey, it was Gwyneth Paltrow, and so what happened was he continued to be frightened even up until Whitney Smith took him down in the toboggan, and maybe at the ski first aid station excuse me, Miss Whitney Smith, the patroller, took care of Terry, and Craig Ramon had said it so many times, finally it dawned on Terry that no, it wasn't me, and he could relax because of that ongoing negligence. Delayed the treatment. Whitney Smith was not able to properly assess Terry and properly investigate this, properly do the things that a patroller would normally do if Miss Paltrow had hung around. So the damage is, I think I'm not saying it's as big as the main injury, which is the brain injury. It's not, but the broken ribs were causing pain. Terry was frightful about what had just happened to him. He's waking up from unconsciousness. There's clear testimony to all of that. Craig Ramon says that. Terry Sanderson says that. Craig Ramon confirms it. Even Whitney Smith confirms the disorientation. And even on the log of the ski patrol, it says disorientation.
My question still, though, is I agree with all of that. My question still is, though, if I grant a directed verdict as to liability on these allegations of post-accident failure to give name and address, failure to render aid, if I grant a directed verdict on those two things, why can't your client still recover for all of that fright, for all of that delay? I mean, isn't that something that you can still argue under?
Oh, yes. We definitely agree with you on that, Your Honor.
So what does it get? What does it give you? I guess this
judge might throw this part out.
Accident emissions.
I don't think it requires a special instruction. I think it's just the standard negligence. Just like, let's say there's a car crash, and the crash creates an injury. In addition, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. This was filed at 9:30 last night. Sam Goldstein testified right there that this delay and denial and caused Terry to suffer additional psychological, as well as not neuropsychological, not brain damage, but psychological or psychiatric injury, where to this day, where Terry is upset, more than upset, but Sam Goldstein, the neuropsychologist, testified that this pattern has caused Terry to continue to suffer damages. It's not brain damage per se, but it's emotional or psychiatric or psychological trauma, not neuropsych. And Sam Goldstein, who's also a psychologist, testified to that, and that it's ongoing to this day on this witness stand right here. And we don't want to compare it to the brain injury, but all combined, it's all those factors combined to support Terry's damage claim for negligence. And we just think that to artificially cut it off at the end of the impact, and when Miss Paltrow bounces off Terry and slides off and Terry's face down, as the testimony of Craig Ramone confirms, that's not the end of the story. The story continues on and has affected Terry to this day, at least psychologically, and Sam Goldstein confirms that.
Let me get this straight about, so I understand the failure to render aid aspect. And are you relying on the ordinance for that?
Both the ordinance and the ski code, but it's not just the failure to render aid, it's also the... Okay, go ahead.
And then the second question is failing to give name and address. How do you attach that to any damage?
Well, that's like in the car crash, and someone's dazed, concussion, and it may not be a hit and run. It may be something less. They stayed and they said, "Are you okay?" And if we assume they're correct, but they get up, and Craig Ramone says Gwyneth Paltrow didn't say anything. They just get up and then they drive away.
But the ordinance requires, are you relying on the ordinance for the name and address thing too?
Both of them, but also just common sense. It could be a sidewalk.
What?
It could be a sidewalk, Your Honor.
Both of what? You're relying on both of them, you said? Both
the ski ordinance and the skier's code.
Does the skier code say that you need to give your name and address?
The skier's code, yes.
What's that exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit?
Well, it was testified to by Eric Christensen and I believe by Paul Bogger yesterday that there's a skier's code, and it's also testified to by, it's just kind of, it's standard like...
Mr. Sorensen, do you have the plaintiff's exhibit for that skier code?
Let me look, Your Honor. I don't have it right this second. Just a second.
I can look for
Here it is. It's 37.
Court is getting packed today.
It doesn't talk about giving your name and address if there's an impact. So the only evidence that I'm aware of for establishing that as possible evidence of negligence is the ordinance.
I think the ordinance, but also...
And the ordinance says that they're to give it to a Deer Valley employee, and she already had done that before she even started that day. the Deer Valley employees, the ski instructors knew who she was and had her contact information.
But the clear testimony is the ski instructor, Christensen, did not give her information.
But the ordinance doesn't require that.
The ordinance or the skier's code?
Either one. The ordinance says that they're to give it to a Deer Valley employee if there's an accident. Am I reading that right?
I think he's going to throw this part out.
I think that's Exhibit 38.
Plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Yeah, at the very end of the Summit County reckless skiing ordinance, the last phrase. If it is necessary to secure aid for a person injured in the collision, the person securing such aid shall give his name and address as required herein after such aid is secured and before leaving the ski area.
Okay.
And that's 38.
And who's the person securing such aid?
That's the question right there. Is that ski patrol?
I think that's the person that reported it, right? Wouldn't that be Mr. Ramon?
Boom.
It says any skier above the first part of that full sentence of part C. Skier's duty to notify operator or employee in event of collision. Any skier involved in a collision with another skier or person in which injury results shall give his name and address to an employee of the ski area operator or a member of the ski patrol.
And that's my point. Didn't she do that?
Window. She's on
Isn't it undisputed that she gave that information to a ski area operator?
It wasn't on the incident report. When my client sought that information, it wasn't listed on. In fact, it was whited out on the information he got, so he had no way to contact her, and he had to spend additional effort, psychological effort that was harmful to him, as per Dr. Goldstein. This continuous denial and obstruction added to his torment and damages. Now, you could say it's wrong, it's small, but Dr. Goldstein said it was significant enough that he reported on it and said Terry Sanderson was still suffering from it 5 years later.
I do understand the argument now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, any follow-up?
Thanks, briefly.
It's going to end tomorrow at noon. That's when the trial ends. That's when the jury gets it.
None of us wants to confuse the jury. They understand this is a negligence claim. But even I'm confused on this idea of she did something negligently after the fact. There's been no evidence, no expert testimony or otherwise that the delay caused any harm whatsoever.
What about Goldstein's testimony?
So Goldstein's testimony, as I recall, it was Eric Christensen's yelling, not Gwyneth Paltrow's not yelling. He described Mr. Sanderson observing and hearing a man screaming in his face, Eric Christensen. That's disputed by Mr. Christensen, but even if it's assuming it's to be true, that has nothing to do with Gwyneth Paltrow's personal information.
What about the argument that the difficulties encountered later in figuring out who this was and establishing, the correct information from the reporting caused additional, I guess, anguish on the part of Mr. Sanderson?
So Steve Graff, the Deer Valley head of operations, reported receiving 2 contacts from the patient, from Sanderson, and that he responded and relayed Gwyneth's proper information.
I realize that's your evidence, that's the defendant's evidence, but what about the plaintiff's evidence? Could the jury not make some conclusions based on that are reasonable?
So, what do we know is by 6 hours he knew the person's name and actually thought it was cool. I'm famous. And I think the undisputed testimony is that the ski instructor told Ramon, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. Now, if Sanderson's testimony is to be believed, he wasn't in his best state to receive an address or anything. It was appropriate to talk to his friend. His friend Craig Ramon's right there. That was Gwyneth Paltrow. You can Google Gwyneth Paltrow and get an address for her work. They had that together. Then they were texting on their meet-up group, like Gwyneth Paltrow did this. So they had information right away. The mental distress and things, I think, as you said, they can talk about that, the aftermath, but not her actions. She didn't have negligent actions. By, I think in all reports, Terry said, I'm okay.
What about Terry's testimony and Mr. Goldstein? I guess that's what I'm focusing on, their evidence.
Goldstein's?
Terry says that he was frightened by the fact that he was just left there.
Yes.
And Dr. Goldstein substantiates that and substantiates that it was a continuing concern.
Goldstein, and I took it all to mean Christensen. Terry looked up, he saw a Deer Valley person in a green outfit, and he said, oh good, there's someone here to help me. And then when the green Deer Valley guy skied away, which is contrary to Eric Christensen's testimony that he was the last on the scene, but let's presume Sanderson's testimony is correct. He felt abandoned. He didn't say, I felt abandoned that Gwyneth left. I don't remember that testimony. So I think they're conflating the two. It's probably a good thing that Gwyneth didn't stay. She was pretty mad. She got the all clear from Christensen. He's okay. They observed no unconsciousness, by the way. He's on his feet. Ski patrol people, everything okay? Everything's okay. And then you can leave. The abandonment came from the ski employee. And that was for, keep in mind, a few minutes. Because a few minutes later, downhill, I'm not okay. Okay, different story, but I'm not okay. Let's flag the patroller. Whitney's there, and so we really are talking about a couple minutes. And it wasn't from the Gwyneth abandonment, it was from the ski patroller. He felt like the ski patroller had bullied him and had abandoned him. He never said, I felt abandoned, I felt hurt and abandoned and frustrated that the skier, whose name they now knew, had left. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, I don't want to delay the jury. Let me just rule on these motions. So as to the directed motion on the negligence claim, the general negligence claim for the accident itself, the court denies the motion for the reasons that and the evidence that were marshaled by Mr. Bueller. As to the post-accident conduct, it's a little more difficult, and it's also complicated by the fact that there was a negligent infliction of emotional distress claim that was dismissed, and essentially what the plaintiff is claiming is related to the post-accident conduct, is in the nature of emotional distress or emotional or mental suffering, the fright associated with being left alone, and the fright associated with failure to give name and address. Let me just address that part first. So I don't think there's any evidence that the jury could decide that Ms. Paltrow did not give her name and address to an employee of the ski area operator or a member of the ski patrol before leaving the vicinity. She did do that. So I don't believe that she violated her any duty that might be imposed by the ordinance, and that's the only
place that there's any evidence that requires her to give her name and address at the scene of an accident. And so that post-conduct, I think, is out. As to the duty to render aid, I think that there is an issue of fact, and there is evidence that the jury could decide that the duty to render aid was not followed. And I'm relying on the plaintiff's testimony himself, as well as that of Sam Goldstein and Mr. Ramon. I think that I acknowledge that the testimony on this issue was primarily directed at the Deer Valley employee and the fact that they'd allegedly abandoned the plaintiff at the scene. But I think that there's enough testimony from both the plaintiff, Mr. Ramon, and then also from Sam Goldstein to also include the defendant herself. And I'm not commenting at all on any of the evidence that the defendants have presented on that issue. I'm only focused on what the plaintiff presented, because I'm required to do that, and I'm also required to grant them any reasonable inferences from that evidence that the jury might be able to make. So that portion of the motion is denied. I guess what that will leave for us is to determine how to read that ordinance in terms of a jury instruction. So we still have that to resolve after we spoke last night. Any questions or clarifications?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just take a short break then, and we'll return with the jury. Thank you. Are there any other preliminary issues? Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we've seen Gwyneth's silhouette in that one-way glass. That's not all the way one way. She's on the phone back there in that waiting room. She'll be coming out here in just a moment. But the motion this morning for a directed verdict, it sounded like it had some traction, but the judge ended up not going with that at all. So we're proceeding with all the charges and as they're currently structured. In doing that, the judge explained he has to do this in light of the evidence that would be most favorable to the plaintiff, which is basically the plaintiff's story, Mr. Ramon, and then I forget who the neuro doctor was on their side. So they testified that with those three people, there's some testimony that could show that there was some emotional distress because she skied away type of thing. Completely discounts everything else to say, yes, I'm going to leave it in for that reason. I think that was the right move there. I don't think the jury is going to find that that's the case, but that's just my personal opinion. Khaki shirt person wins, only fair, says Judy. Yes, Mr. Orange Shirt yesterday is in court again. And you guessed correctly with the khaki. I think we'll go with that. It's also like a bandana type pattern. Bobby Hansen sees Brandy in chat. Brandy, good morning to you. Hope you enjoy court today. Super excited that you're here. Let's see. We are so close. Yes, it's probably going to be today. We're like 28 people away. Khaki bandana for the win. We have a couple other things on our bingo cards. Not sure what's going to happen, but either way, it's crunch time today. We have lunchtime tomorrow, and that's going to be about 2:00 my time. The jury's going to be handed this case, and they're going to start deliberating, and probably will reach a conclusion before the end of the day, is my guess. But that is a hard stop. The judge has said, at that point, I'm going to turn to the jury and said, here's the case. And he will cut someone off mid-sentence when their time runs out. So we've been talking all about this balance of time and taking the right amount of time and having equal time. The judge has been tracking that. He's got a clerk that's tracking that. He's down to the minute. He's been checking. Now, who did you assign this to? Who's that to? And, he's tracking that. And as it gets down to the end, it's a hard stop. And he'll stop him. He said, if you're in the middle of a question, if there's like a specific question, I might, give you like 30 seconds type thing. But it's pretty much, you're done. Sit down. And so that's going to be fun to see happen as the attorneys are going to start talking faster and faster as they get closer and closer to their ending, because nobody wants to leave time on the table. And the judge had pointed out yesterday after we dropped the live stream, as he was talking with the attorneys, he's saying in other cases there's been times when the plaintiff gets done half an hour early and says, "Hey, defense can have the time if they want." That's not going to happen here. There is nothing that the plaintiff is going to just freely give to the defense, and vice versa. There's not that sort of connection. There's no camaraderie that exists that will just be like, "Hey, out of the goodness of my heart, go ahead. You can have my time." Nope, not going to happen. They're going to use every moment, and if they can, take some of the other guys. That's what we're going to see. Okay, happy hump day. Yes, it is. All day today, Wednesday. Good to make it halfway through the week. Skier's code is not law. I don't know why they're harping on it. I think it's an agreement to ski there. It's an acknowledgement that you will abide by the skier's code. I haven't read the back of a ski pass, the ticket, to see exactly what that means or what that entails, but that's my take on it. Yes, we did talk this morning, and the motion that was argued orally before the judge it was brought up that it's possible under Utah law to have a collision like this and have no one be at fault, like a no-fault type situation. So that might be an outcome the jury selects as well. Someone asked, are they able to find for more than $1 for Gwyneth Paltrow? So basically say, would the jury determine that it was actually Terry's fault, and so they're going to award $1 million to Gwyneth? And the answer is no, they won't allow that. $1 is all she can get, plus the cost of her attorney fees.
Could you let the lawyers know the jury's on the way?
Super loud. They've turned on all the mics. I think they need to turn off a couple of them here. There's Gwyneth and her security guard. Wow. Packed gallery this morning. Absolutely packed. Jury's walking in now. It's in the fine print if you buy a gift card.
Good morning. We're just waiting on a few more parties, so it'll just be a moment.
Morning, JT. Thanks for the tweet yesterday, sending people our way. I think that 10K is going to happen today. It looks like it might happen this morning. It's moving. We're down to 24. All rise for Iron Man's wife. Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts Stark. Is it hyphenated? Potts Stark? Is that a thing?
There was no snow this morning, but I understand we may get some later, so.
We'll add to the 750 inches of base we already
so
have.
So let the record reflect that all parties and counsel are present, the jury is present. And I realize we took a few witnesses out of order, but at this point, does the plaintiff rest its case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We called Dr. Carl Black, our neuroradiology expert.
They almost showed the jury there on that wild pan of the camera. That was a panic. On Twitter, I'm Recovery Addict 2.
Mr. Black, right up here.
I think.
Or Dr. Black.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Come have a seat. Once you get situated, if you could state your full name and spell it.
My name is Carl Milton Black, C-A-R-L Milton-Black.
Thanks for being here with us, Dr. Black. Let's begin by just asking you what your role is in this case.
I was asked to review imaging related to this case between the years of 2009 through 2021.
And what expertise do you have that allows you to opine on imaging of brain scans?
I'm a fellowship-trained neuroradiologist. I also have fellowship training in vascular and interventional radiology, and I'm double board certified by the American Board of Radiology in neuroradiology and vascular and interventional radiology.
Is there anything about that experience and training that is relevant to your opinions in this case?
Yes, I have expertise in analyzing imaging of the brain.
Okay. And let's just go over very quickly the images that you reviewed. Maybe give us the type of image and then the years those images were taken.
The imaging consisted mainly of CT, Doppler, and MRI. The range of years dated back to imaging performed at the Veterans Administration Hospital in 2009, and then subsequently imaging again at the Veterans Administration in 2016, imaging performed at COG-FX in 2017, and subsequent imaging performed in 2021 at Blue Rock Medical or Riverwoods.
And does that mean that you reviewed imaging both before the ski accident and after the ski accident?
Yes.
And in your review of the imaging, did you see any evidence of traumatic brain injury after the accident?
No.
Did you see any evidence in the imaging before the accident that might be consistent with Mr. Sanderson's post-accident symptoms?
Yes.
And we'll talk about the specifics of those. Are you also familiar with Dr. Gibby's opinions in this case? As the jury will recall, Dr. Wendell Gibby is plaintiff's radiology expert. Are you aware of that?
I have reviewed the reports that were provided by Dr. Gibby on imaging that he performed in 2021. I've also reviewed his deposition that he provided to the court.
And so you're familiar with his opinions in this case?
As reflected in his reports and his deposition, yes.
Yeah. In addition to the imaging itself, did you read the reports that were created by the radiologists who took that imaging?
Yes.
And we'll look at those reports in detail. I just want to make it clear that what you've reviewed, do you feel like you've reviewed everything you needed to assess this imaging that you've described?
Yes, I've reviewed both the imaging itself and the reports associated with each of those studies.
Okay, so I want to start with an exhibit the plaintiff or the jury has already seen. It's a exhibit to Dr. Gibby's deposition, I believe. You've seen this. I'll show it, and for reference, I know we marked it as one of plaintiff's exhibits, and I'm forgetting the number now. I just had it in my head. Do you guys recall?
Which one?
This one right here. We added it to the end. I apologize. I had it in my mind, and now I've forgotten. Well, while they're looking that up, Dr. Black, have you seen this image before?
I have.
And what is it?
This is a axial image from an MRI performed at COG-FX on October 18th, 2017. Specifically, it's a FLAIR T2 sequence.
And do you understand COG-FX or cognitive FX to be Dr. Fong's clinic?
That's my understanding.
Okay, just to help the jury, they have heard from Dr. Fong. So an MRI was taken at Dr. Fong's clinic. Were those green arrows part of the MRI initially?
No. Those were, I believe, placed by Dr. Gibby during his deposition.
Okay. And what do you understand those to mean? What did Dr. Gibby put those arrows there for?
Those arrows are pointing to what he's terming white matter disease.
And what is white matter disease?
White matter disease reflects scarring in the brain, and often it occurs around the ventricles that you see here. In the deposition, Dr. Gibby's using these arrows to point to areas where he suspected that these may relate to trauma.
I see. And I'm noting that Peter Jensen on my team just noted that this is Plaintiff Exhibit 31, I believe, to the record. Okay, so those same points that we're looking at with the green arrows, in your understanding of Dr. Gibby's opinions, is he pointing to those as evidence of post-collision problems for Mr. Sanderson?
That's what he indicates in his deposition, yes.
But in your review of the prior imaging, do those same findings show up?
If you review the imaging from 2009, at which time Mr. Sanderson had a comprehensive imaging workup that included imaging of his brain as well as the blood vessels that supply his brain, these findings were present in 2009.
I see. And I believe you've prepared some images that you've taken from the prior to the accident images and post-accident images and noted those. And is that correct?
That's correct.
And we'll show those to the jury in just a second. But what I want to do while we have this one up is give you a pointer and have you point to other findings that you see in this MRI from 2017. Is that okay? Will that help you explain to the jury your opinions about this image?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
The Post-it notes are flying today. This is crunch time.
Okay, Dr. Black. So you've talked about the green arrows. What other findings do you see here?
So one finding that was consistent over...
Can't hear it.
Yeah, should we get him a microphone? Sorry.
That would be good.
The handle's right there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Does that work? This study does show imaging that was, or findings that were demonstrated over a decade of imaging, in this case dating back to 2009. One of them was a mild degree of cortical volume loss or loss of brain volume. The other was in this area here, these are the ventricles, and it showed as disproportionate enlargement of the ventricles relative to the amount of tissue loss in the gray matter and overall brain volume. The findings around the ventricles, these white areas, are very typical of what's called microvascular disease, where brain matter around the ventricles is deprived of oxygen over a long period of time, and that results in gliosis or scarring. This pattern is very typical of what we call microvascular ischemic white matter disease, and that was present in 2009.
And did I hear you correctly earlier? Do you have specialized training in those particular findings beyond what a typical radiologist might have?
My fellowship training and experience in neuroradiology and consistently reading brain MRI gives me expertise in looking at these findings, which we often see on a regular basis.
I see. So this is a post-ski collision image, correct?
This particular sequence is from 2019. My understanding is the accident occurred in 2016.
Yeah, and I think you said 19, but you pointed to 2017.
I'm sorry, 2017. Yes, right. Correct.
Yes, and so you said earlier, I believe, that the same findings you're pointing to, again, not just Dr. Gibby's findings with the green arrows, but the other ones you just talked about, they're in the pre-accident images. Is that right?
Yes, my review of the imaging that was done at the Veterans Administration Hospital in 2009 shows these similar findings, and in the reports that were provided by the neuroradiologists who read the imaging at that time, they described these findings.
Right. Okay. So let's maybe have you sit down again, and I'll pull up those slides that you made. Thank you. Thanks. So this is Defendant's Exhibit 101A through, I believe it's A through F. And, Your Honor, I move to admit this as a demonstrative exhibit.
No objection. Defense Exhibit 101A through F is received for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Black, do you recognize this slide?
Yes, this slide is also what's called a flare sequence, a T2 flare sequence, done in what's called an axial plane, which just means the orientation, the way the image was acquired through the brain. This image was acquired in March of 2009 at the Veterans Administration Hospital.
So that's before the accident, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, when I say accident, I mean the ski collision in 2016.
Yes.
And it's not terribly easy to see, but I can call it out here. There's a little arrow. Do you recognize that?
I put that arrow there, yes.
Okay, and what does it point to?
That arrow points to white matter disease, similar to what Dr. Gibby had pointed out in the imaging from 2017.
Right. Okay, so in other words, that this is a prior finding that's the same as the post-accident finding Dr. Gibby saw.
Yes, about 8 years earlier.
Okay, got it. And what is this finding associated with?
Again, most commonly we see this with what we term microvascular ischemic white matter disease. There are predisposing risk factors for this, where in some patients it may be accelerated, but it's typically a process that's due to pathology or abnormalities in the very small, some of the smallest blood vessels that supply the brain, particularly around the ventricles.
Then I'll go to the next one, which is 101B, and again call out a section here at the bottom. There's kind of a faint red arrow. Again, did you put that there?
I did.
And why'd you put that there?
Because it again shows the same pattern of white matter disease that was demonstrated on MRI of 2017.
Okay, so again, a finding before the accident that was there also after the accident.
That's correct.
And what's this finding associated with?
The exact same description.
Got it. Okay, then if we move to 101C, there's yet another red arrow. I take it you put that there?
Yes.
And is it again to point out that Dr. Gibby's finding of post-accident problems in that area preceded the accident?
Yes, accounting for technical differences away in the plane of the way this exam was acquired from 2009 to 2017, these findings are identical.
Right, got it. Okay, and they're also associated with the same things you've described already?
Most likely microvascular disease, and that's when he underwent his comprehensive imaging workup at the VA hospital in 2009. It was also attributed to vascular disease at that time.
Okay, so Defense Exhibit 101D is your same version of that 2017 image that Dr. Gibby looked at.
Correct.
And it has those same spots. I'll just use the laser here. Again, these arrows are kind of faint on my copy. I apologize, but they're pointing to those same points we've just looked at previously. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to the next image, this is a new image we haven't looked at, correct?
Correct.
And this one's from 2021, as it's marked. Where was this image taken? Do you recall?
Yes, this image was obtained at Blue Rock Medical or Riverwoods Imaging, which Dr. Gibby owns, and this is the same sequence that we've shown before as far as how it is technically obtained by MRI. Same slice.
Got it. And again, we have some arrows, correct?
Correct.
And those are your arrows?
Yes.
And they're showing, I take it, the same disease process or same findings that you've seen in the 2009 and then 2017 images?
That's correct.
So you're seeing this same condition in the brain for many years, both before the accident and after it?
Over an 11-year period, a similar pattern of white matter disease, yes.
And then if we go to the next image, 101F, we call out that upper left quadrant arrow, and again, I believe you put that there, correct?
Yes.
And kind of for the same reasons, to show these conditions persist from 2009, before the accident, to this image in 2021.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I can talk about that in the break, Sherry.
And let's see. So
I'm giving the jury 101G. That was referenced, was it not?
that would be the next one,
Okay.
which I haven't referenced, but if there's no objection, that's just the next bit of the slides.
No objection.
Okay.
What is that?
Could we see it, though?
Can you move that? Steve?
But just let us see it before you...
Sure.
Yeah, it's in your hard to find here. Okay, thank you.
Is that 101F?
So this is 101F on the screen, and then what Steve has put here is 101G.
Correct.
Right.
Defense Exhibit 101G, is that also for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Received for demonstrative purposes?
Okay, so Dr. Black, you've used various medical terminology that we might not all be familiar with, microvascular disease, for example. Can you give us a sense of what, in layperson's terms, what these sorts of findings are correlated with, how they impact a person?
Sure. The microvascular disease itself is a term that's used to describe micro, just meaning very small, and then vascular, the blood vessels, that when these blood vessels over time become diseased, which happens in a broad section of the population, in some people it's accelerated due to underlying high blood pressure or perhaps other diseases of the blood vessels, then you start to see scarring initially around the ventricles. These are unlike large strokes that may affect the cortex of the brain. These are smaller areas where the blood vessels are compromised, and it results in scarring of the tissue around the ventricles, and that's why we call it white matter disease. The other imaging in 2009 from the Veterans Administration, the CT angio, specifically looked at the larger blood vessels that supplied Mr. Sanderson's brain, and in those images they found plaque or hardening of the arteries in the carotid bifurcation on his right side, and then also in the larger blood vessels inside of his brain near where his retinal arteries come off, or the cavernous carotid arteries, and those also show plaque or atherosclerosis.
Okay, is it too reductive to say that these findings are an indication of an aging brain?
Well, aging can result in this because we're all deteriorating to some degree or other every day we live.
Right.
But because we have a baseline, you can attribute certain findings. If it's happening at an accelerated level, given someone's age, then it might indicate there's underlying medical problems. The other finding that was present that was consistently present was the enlargement of the ventricles, which on all images seem to be disproportionate or out of the proportion to the amount of atrophy of the brain. In several reports, there was a suggestion of a diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus, and in fact, if you go to the image, let's see, that maybe the 2021. We don't have it on here. There's an image you showed that shows what's called transependymal edema, and that's fluid that leaks through the side of the ventricle due to pressure buildup in the ventricle, and that's a supporting finding from an imaging perspective of normal pressure hydrocephalus. Obviously, that has to be correlated to someone's clinical presentation and symptoms, and that's where a neurologist would play an important role in that.
I see. And I think the jury has heard about this term multiple times, but let's spend just a moment from your perspective defining what normal pressure hydrocephalus is.
Normal pressure hydrocephalus is basically an imbalance of the way fluid's managed within the ventricular system of the brain, and it can result in confusion or unsteadiness of gait when it's clinically applicable. But we From an imaging perspective, that diagnosis is suggested when the ventricles seem to be disproportionately enlarged relative to the brain volume itself.
So from an imaging perspective, there was strong indication that Mr. Sanderson had normal pressure hydrocephalus.
It was suggested in every brain study he's had since 2009.
And is it a progressive condition? In other words, does it get worse with time?
Yes, it can.
And then I'm going to go to another image another report, a document that the jury has already seen. This one we looked at with Dr. Gibby. This is his report from March 3rd, 2021. Do you remember seeing this?
Yes, I reviewed this.
Okay. I believe it's also part of Gibby's packet in Plaintiff's Exhibit 31. What I want to point out, I think I called this out with Dr. Gibby. I want you to comment on it. There's a part of this report that says, I don't see any sign of shearing injury. Do you see that?
I see his report, yes.
And do you agree with that?
I agree with this report, yes.
Okay. And what do you understand Dr. Gibby's opinions to be as shearing injury is concerned?
So this report was performed on March 3rd, 2021, specifically looking for evidence of brain trauma. So that was the clinical history provided to Dr. Gibby, and he was looking in detail for any imaging findings that would support closed head injury.
And was shearing injury one of those?
Yeah, the things that Dr. Gibby would have been looking for, or that any of us would look for when we're evaluating a study in a patient with brain injury, would be shearing of the white matter tracts. These are very delicate tracts where if there's a rapid deceleration of the brain, those can shear. When they do shear, they deposit little microhemorrhages that leave blood products in the brain, specifically iron that's found in hemoglobin. So in another sequence, Dr. Gibby would have been looking for any evidence of iron deposition, which he mentions here, pathologic iron deposition. And then the other thing you would look for is bruising of the cortex of the brain. The brain does move to some degree with inside the skull because of it's bathed in cerebrospinal fluid. So if there's a rapid deceleration, the brain cortex can hit up against the skull and cause a bruise. In some cases it can result in hemorrhage, but in other cases it can result in focal atrophy at those locations. So in this case, none of the imaging showed a contusion, no shear injury, and no evidence of pathologic hemorrhage in the brain.
What would you expect to see in a person's imaging after some kind of traumatic brain injury?
Well, it depends on the severity, of course.
Right.
In mild trauma, nothing.
Okay. And how would you describe Dr. Gibby's opinions about the evidence of trauma in his Mr. Sanderson's post-collision imaging?
In Dr. Gibby's report, where he specifically was looking for evidence of trauma, he emphatically states there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury in his report. Now, it is interesting because it contradicts to some degree his description in his deposition.
And how does it contradict that?
Well, Dr. Gibby mentions that in his deposition that the white matter disease that we've reviewed is very typical of shear injury or pathologic brain injury. But yet in his own report of the imaging which was performed at his center, which is identical to the findings in 2017 where he was offering that opinion in his deposition, he emphatically states that there is no evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
Objection. The state's prior testimony. Overruled. The jury will have to recall the testimony.
First objection of the day.
Dr. Black, do you see on this report any indication that this image was compared to prior images?
No.
Is that common to do when you do a report, you compare it to prior images?
There were 3 imaging studies done after the accident. One was a CT scan done again at the Veterans Administration in 2016, which was compared to 2009. The imaging that was performed in 2017 and 2021 make no reference of comparison dating back to 2009. So I presume those images were not available to them.
Is that a problem? Does that lead to any limitations of a study if you don't look back at the prior studies?
It does limit the way that a neuroradiologist can interpret an image. If you have prior imaging, it helps put things into context and can narrow the differential or the possibilities in terms of a diagnosis. For example, in this case, knowing that the white matter disease pre-existed in 2009 is helpful to exclude that it's a result of shear injury from an accident in 2016. So yes, comparison imaging, when it's available, is of extreme importance.
So are you critical of Dr. Gibby for not doing that comparison?
Not necessarily critical. Those images just may not have been available to him. I think if you offer an opinion as to causality and you do have imaging that's available from the Veterans Administration and someone draws a conclusion without baseline imaging taken into account, that can alter someone's conclusion and lead to an error in how they're discussing why that abnormality exists.
And do you believe that sort of error occurred here with Dr. Gibby's opinion?
I do. I think he was limited by the unavailability or lack of comparison to the imaging that was done in 2009, yes.
Okay, I want to move to another report. This is for that 2017 image we started with, the one with the green arrows that was taken at Dr. Fong's clinic. It's in Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8. I don't know that we've shown it, so I move to admit it.
Plaintiff's Exhibit which?
It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8. And I guess 8 and 9. There's 2 pages. Just the report.
No,
just the imaging or the report? Which one?
Which one, the plaintiffs or?
Exhibit 33, Fong's packet, pages
well, all of
8
us are
and 9.
admitted,
All of us are.
Oh, we did already admitted. Okay, great. I just know we didn't admit some of it. Yep.
Is 33 received?
That was
33 was not received.
It was excluded. We're not supposed to be able to hear them counsel with each other. They can agree, they can stipulate, whatever. They're good with it, apparently.
Seems like no objection. May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
No objection. Plaintiff's Exhibit 33, page 8 is received.
And James, do you want it from start to end, or was there just one?
No, just 2 pages, page 8 and page 9.
Page 8 and page 9 are received?
Yeah, this is, again, the report connected to the image that we looked at first, taken at Dr. Fong's clinic in 2017. Is that correct, Dr. Black?
That's correct.
And I want to point to, I guess we should first ask the question we were just asking about Dr. Gibby. Do you see any comparison here?
No.
Okay, so the same points you made about the limitations of Dr. Gibby's report, you would say about this report, is that right?
Correct.
And if we call out this bottom part that's called impressions, I'd like for you to comment on whether you agree with these.
I do agree with these impressions.
And will you take us through them in layperson's terminology? Maybe we could start. We covered some parts of the ventricles. Do you feel like you've explained that?
Well, I think we can. Let me just emphasize one other aspect of the ventricles. Also, I think it's important to note that the context of this study being acquired was specifically with the intent to look for any evidence of closed head injury or significant brain trauma. And so there are pertinent negatives that are pointed out by the radiologist who interpreted this exam that did not exist, like hemorrhage in the brain or evidence of a contusion. So there are pertinent negatives, even with the strong bias of looking for those because of the history.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you, that when you talk about bias, you're just saying going into this image, they heard a history of traumatic brain injury, concussion. So they're apprised of the possibility of various findings that might be associated with that, and they want to find them. They're looking for them.
That's correct.
Leading foundation sustained for leading.
So maybe just comment on bias again, because that term is used in various ways. What do you mean when you talk about bias in these?
When I'm referring to bias, I'm talking professionally. When we interpret an exam, the clinical context of that exam, or why that exam is being obtained, is important to us. If somebody has an infection, or if somebody has a brain tumor, then we understand that, and we're looking for various findings that would support that. In this case, if somebody has known trauma, then that would alert the radiologist to look for certain findings. So in the case of the MRI performed in 2017 and the one performed in 2021, there would be an alert to look for findings related to trauma. So the negatives, the pertinent negatives in the exam from 2017, just like the one that was performed in 2021, would rule out imaging evidence of significant head trauma.
Yeah. So in other words, they're looking for trauma, but they did not find it. Is that
yes.
Right? Okay. So let's go to these findings again. Here in number 2, there's normal pressure hydrocephalus. We've talked about that, but there are a couple other things: normal aging brain, Alzheimer's dementia, subcortical arteriosclerotic encephalopathy, multi-infarct dementia. Did I read all that correctly?
You did.
And those are some big words. Can you comment on those to help the jury understand what these are doing in this report?
Well, some of these are clinical descriptors, which would require a neurologist to make a correlation by examining that patient, because imaging can show a lot of things that don't necessarily manifest in someone clinically. So it's important to always take it into clinical context. The one description here that actually reflects underlying pathology would be the arteriosclerotic encephalopathy. That's just a big word for diseases of the blood vessels, specifically plaque or hardening of the arteries. The comprehensive workup that was done at the Veterans Administration in 2009 did show evidence of vascular disease at that time in the carotid arteries in the neck and also in the brain. And at that time, the white matter disease, which again was present over a decade later, was attributed to vascular disease.
Did you see any evidence in the imaging that correlates with vision problems?
No. There was mention of it with the functional MRI, but that is beyond my expertise.
Okay. You'd leave that to a neurologist to speak to, somebody else?
Somebody has who expertise in functional imaging.
Okay. Okay, so we can take this down, I think. Did you note anything in the, well, let me ask first, are you aware that Dr. Gibby actually met with Mr. Sanderson?
I'm aware of that.
And is there anything about that meeting that has any bearing on your opinions today?
The only bearing it would have is that Dr. Gibby makes mention in his report that he had told Mr. Sanderson that it's possible you could go through all of this workup and not find any evidence of post-traumatic brain injury.
And why would that be significant to you?
Simply because obviously the intent of that workup was to specifically look for evidence of brain injury.
I believe the jury's heard Dr. Gibby give an opinion that I want to see if you remember and what your comment might be, your response to it might be. If the images prior to the accident are similar to the post-accident imaging, in other words, if the imaging prior showed things that were post-accident, would that mean that you cannot say the prior findings were caused by the accident?
Objection leading Ms. State's prior testimony. As to leading, sustained.
Okay. So do you recall Dr. Gibby giving an opinion that if the pre-accident findings the post-accident findings are found in the pre-accident imaging, that you could not say that the post-accident imaging was caused by the accident?
Objection, leading, sustained.
Okay. What do you recall Dr. Gibby saying about the relationship between the pre-accident imaging and the post-accident imaging?
My opinion on that would be based on his deposition. If you'd like, I can read 2 areas of his deposition that I think answer your question.
Sure, go ahead.
So, you're saying? Sustained.
Okay, so let's just ask you this question. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to, from an imaging perspective, the collision, the ski collision?
Objection, leading. Overruled.
That was a good question.
We ask that again.
Yes. Do you have any opinions about whether the post-accident imaging findings can be attributed to the collision?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
That those findings predate the accident and date back to at least 2009, as confirmed by a comprehensive imaging workup of Mr. Sanderson's brain performed at the Veterans Administration Hospital.
That was the bit they needed.
And so do you believe those post-accident, I apologize that I keep messing this up. Do you believe that those post-accident imaging findings are in any way related to the collision?
No. And
what was the reason for that 2009 workup, to your knowledge?
Unfortunately, Mr. Sanderson had suffered a retinal artery occlusion, a central retinal artery occlusion that resulted in blindness in one eye, and so he was undergoing a workup for risk factors that would relate to that.
Okay. And do you know any of the people that have done any of his imaging?
I'm familiar with them, yes.
Yeah, and so that 2009 workup, or do you know the people that did that workup?
Yes.
And do you trust the findings that they came to?
Yeah, they're very experienced and well trained, yes.
Okay, great. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan.
Took a while to get that question out, but he did manage to get the testimony they needed. That the condition that showed up in the scan happened before the collision.
I'm going to start at the end. You're not an eye doctor, are you?
I'm not.
And you said the imaging from the retinal artery occlusion means blindness in the eye. Does that mean total blindness? Or?
That's beyond my expertise, and I'm not familiar enough with his clinical condition to comment on that.
So your term blindness is probably a little broad?
Broad. I only gained that from the histories that were provided with his imaging studies.
Okay, so he may still have some vision in his eye, even though...
Absolutely.
Okay. So I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. Is it true you were a partner of Dr. Wendell Gibby's?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
It's been probably over 10 years.
Okay. And so you know his work, correct?
Correct.
And you're not critical of his work in general, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay. You never conducted an exam of the client, Terry Sanderson?
No.
Okay. You understand there was a sudden change after the ski crash in Terry Sanderson's condition, brain health?
From my review of the records, that's my understanding.
You understand that through, you read before and after witnesses who confirmed there was a sudden change after the collision, correct?
Do you mind asking that again?
Did you read before and after witness testimony? You
no.
didn't? So you didn't read, isn't before and after witness testimony important to understanding someone's brain injury?
I think it's very important, but it was beyond the scope of what I was to do. I concentrated only on his imaging.
Okay. So you didn't have the before and after information that would improve the diagnosis that you might, or the opinions you might give today in court to this jury?
I understood that with respect to the imaging, we were looking for evidence of brain trauma as would manifest on imaging, and so that's where I concentrated my focus.
Well, you said that MTBI may not be shown on an MRI, true?
A mild brain injury?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So Dr. Sanderson could have a brain injury, mild traumatic brain injury, and it not be shown up on imaging, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now the 2009 imaging, it was asymptomatic, true?
Again, I don't understand. I'm not the clinician who examined him at that time, and I can only look at his imaging in the context of the information, so I don't feel qualified to answer your question.
Thank you. So from the imaging from 2009, 2017, 2021, there's no change, right?
Very little change.
Okay. Dr. Black, no one's given a diagnosis that Terry Sanderson has clinical NPH, or normal pressure hydrocephalus, true?
I don't know that for sure.
Okay. So the NPH was not clinically diagnosed by his VA doctors, as far as you know, correct?
As far as I know, it was only suggested, well, it was suggested in most of his imaging studies, but I don't know what clinical correlation was made.
Okay, and so clinical correlation means that there was some specialist at the VA or elsewhere that understood his NPH was showing symptoms, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't need pathological evidence of to have a MTBI, correct?
When you say pathological, are you saying imaging evidence?
Yes.
That's correct.
So, Dr. Black, imaging can show a lot that that hasn't really manifested or shown up, correct?
Will you state that one more time?
Okay, imaging can show a lot of things that hasn't shown up in a clinical setting. No.
Yes, correct.
So Terry could have these problems that show up on imaging, but there's no symptoms that would affect him from, or stop him from skiing, for instance.
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And in general, you would prefer to have an actual exam of the patient to render your opinions true?
I think that imaging correlated with a clinical exam is the correct way to assess a patient's condition.
So you would prefer to have an exam, correct?
Yes. Well, prefer, I mean, I think they correlate.
Okay.
The information's valuable in both circumstances, but optimally in decision making, you want both types of information.
And so your opinions are not as strong as they would be without this exam, right?
Without a clinical exam?
Yeah.
My opinions are certainly limited to his imaging.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Mr. Egan?
I think they're trying to save time here. That's why they went short on the cross.
Dr. Black, you were asked about before and after witnesses, the family members, people close to Mr. Sanderson, before and after the accident.
I'm not sure I understood that question, but...
Okay, well, my question is just whether opinions from such witnesses would affect your read of the objective findings in the images.
No, they would not.
And what about if you actually met with Mr. Sanderson, would that change the objective findings in the images?
No, because I would defer to a neurologist or neuropsychologist, someone who with that kind of expertise to evaluate Mr. Sanderson. My area of expertise is in brain imaging.
Do you typically evaluate patients when you read their imaging?
With regard to brain imaging, no.
And then after, let's see, I guess we did show one of these boards, but you didn't get to see it. I want to make sure you see it so that the jury knows that you've seen it. And I'll show you.
It's not a board, that's a billboard.
This is 101G, and these are the same. Are these the same images we were looking at on the screen?
Yes.
And they show that before there was a finding that was also after the collision. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so I think the jury's already seen this. And then we also have two more boards which we didn't show. Your Honor, I move to admit 101H and 101I for demonstrative purposes.
No objection. Defense Exhibit 101H and 101I, or is this plaintiff's exhibits?
These are ours, yes.
So your defense exhibits are received for demonstrative purposes?
So I'll show you first, Dr. Black. Is this the same idea as the board we just saw?
Yes.
Okay, just with different findings?
Yes.
Okay, and then that was 101H.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
And then this is 101I. And
yes.
Same idea?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just show the jury 101H, 101I.
And he's going to leave them up there.
My last question for you, Dr. Black, is whether after questioning from Mr. Bueller, you have your opinions about these objective findings you've been discussing on the imaging changed?
They have not.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more bit of cross.
Earlier,
Thank you, Pete.
You said you preferred to have objective findings from a neurologist or neuropsychologist, correct?
For clinical correlation, absolutely.
Yeah, for clinical correlation. Would you defer to someone like Dr. Goldstein?
I mean, I don't know him, so that name doesn't mean anything to me.
He's a neuropsychologist who testified in this trial. You didn't know that?
No.
So Dr. Goldstein provided clinical correlation, and that would help your opinions if you had that, true?
Sure. I mean, if somebody has expertise clinically that I don't have, but it doesn't change how I interpret the images or my view of these findings.
So your opinions are limited to your view of the images and not the clinical findings, true?
Correct.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Egan?
That's all yours.
You may be excused. Thank you.
We've got another doctor coming up. While we wait.
Call our next witness or take a brief break.
Is this witness going to take a bit?
Robert Hosch.
Hesh.
Hesh. Sorry.
He can't say Paltrow either.
I would think I could be on and off in a half hour, I think.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and take a break because there will be cross-examination, I'm sure. We'll take a recess now.
I was going to play a game while we waited. I Spy with my little eye, something yellow in the court. But Casey, also happy to have you here, have you be a supporter for 2 months. Thank you very much, Casey. Exciting times today, and let's see, who else do we have in here? I missed one just a little bit earlier. That name doesn't mean anything to me. Yes, Pete Stone. Only 9 to go. We're very close. It'll happen here very soon. I'm so excited. That is awesome. We've got a couple gift memberships were given out during that I didn't want to interrupt the testimony of and thank, but I don't recall off the top of my head who it was. Let me see if I can scroll back far enough on this machine. And I can't. I apologize. Thank you very much, though. We've had several gift memberships. If you want to be a member and purchasing a membership is not in the cards for you right now, the best way to do that is to turn on gift, receive a gift on this channel option on the YouTube settings, and then when a membership is given out, you'll be eligible for YouTube to select, because that does happen randomly. Let's see. Let me catch up with the questions. Someone's asking about there is some news out of the BK case. We're talking about the Idaho 4 case where the prosecution has provided information to the defense. It's Brady information, which means that it could be exculpatory for the defendant, meaning it could be good for him. This information has to do with one of the officers involved in the investigation somehow that is under investigation, an internal affairs type investigation. The facts of that have been sealed. The judge has not told us exactly what's happening, but it's not. I don't think it's the bombshell everyone thinks it is. It's not like mistrial type thing. I don't think that's the case. What we have is prosecutors who are potentially going for the death penalty, and want to make sure that all their ducks in a row. They don't want to be caught off guard down the road later saying, hey, one of the officers was under investigation for doing something wrong, misconduct or something, and then suddenly it becomes a big issue. So they're getting ahead of the curve there. They're providing that information to the defense. It may affect a portion of the evidence. We don't know which officer it was. I mean, is it the officer that found his car in the student parking lot? Is the officer who, is it one of the investigators on the crime scene? That would be a bigger deal. But without the information, which is sealed, unfortunately, we don't know how much it could affect the case. I don't think it'll throw it off. I think they're still going to push for the death penalty, and we'll just, time will tell. I guess we'll have to wait for court for that. Michelle, yes, I was spying the yellow shirt woman. I think we have 2 actually. There are 2 yellow shirt women, so we're going to have to do a who wore it best contest here in a little bit. No plaque at 10K. No, I think the first plaque they give out is at 100K, which is several weeks from now. 5 more. Holy cow. So Gwyneth looks content. She does. She's very relaxed today. Mrs. R.A. is doing homeschool with the kids. I'm not sure if she knows the situation right now. The party commands can be, I've set it up to be turned on here shortly. It's not on right now, but I'll turn it on. I will keep it quiet during the testimony because I don't want to interrupt the testimony at all. 4. We're so close. I'm not. Oh, the party command is on. How did I thought I had it set up, but not done. You guys are celebrating already.
I'm not a
that's all I had for you. You guys was the big moment where we turned on the party horn, and it's being blown anticipatorily. Is that a word? In anticipation. That was it right there. Count them down, people. Count them down.
I'm not a
This trial, I think I think today will be better than all the previous days because both sides are so aware of how little time they have left. And every time that they're on cross, their timer is counting down. And every time they're on direct, their timer is counting down. And they want so much. They have so much information to put in, but also they want more than anything else to not go over and limit their closing. They need at least an hour for closing, each of them. So, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 2 more people and this could happen. But that's why we're it's so close. It can't get any closer. Who will it be? Oh man. I don't want to read the chat and miss it because this is like a milestone. There it is. Boom. 1, 2, 3. All 3 of you came in at once. Thank you so much. We did it. And now people are going to unsubscribe to be the 10,000th. It's going to dip back down again, I'm sure. This is more exciting than the trial. Feels like New Year's Eve. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I know there are a couple of you out there that have just gone the extra mile trying to make this happen. Red Pen just gifted 10 memberships. Oh my goodness, I think we've already had 10 given out earlier. And let's see who those went to. Red Pen. Horse Sheet and Bananas got one.
On 10K Party Popper face with stuck out tongue and squinting eyes, grinning face with big eyes, duck grinning face.
We're going to play all the emoji descriptions.
Red heart, red heart, red heart.
Red heart, red heart, red heart. Thank you, Lee. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate you. Red Pen, love the gifted memberships. Now's the time to have the setting turned on. Holy cow. Rosie from Tucson, who sent me the pickle. We have to do the pickle. We have to do the singing pickle. Rosie gifted 5 memberships as well.
Just sent a super sticker with 49.99.
Oh my goodness. Right on Josephine did another 5 in addition to the 5 before. So thank you very much, Right on Josephine, for those 5. Baby Bear with a huge super sticker, robot super sticker. Love it. Love Transformers. Looks great. Thank you so much, Baby Bear. And Angie as well comes in with the super chat. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. We're running out of non-members here rapidly. Pete Stone just gifted 5 memberships as well. You guys are nuts. You guys are crazy, and I love it. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Party Popper, congrats on 10K Party Popper, smiling pile of poo.
I love that we just throw the smiling pile of poo in there because we can. Thanks, Tracy. That is awesome. You guys are awesome. We're just on a short break. We were going to talk about the trial. But unfortunately, you guys have other plans.
I'm so glad I feel through a rotted wooden platform so I can be here to congratulate you. MCAT just sent a super sticker with 5.5.
Thank you, Kathleen. And thank you, MCAT, for the super sticker.
Why don't you let them know whenever they're done? They're still cycling through, I think.
Your Honor, could we wait a few minutes for the warrants to be back?
Yes. So maybe just have them hold at the door.
Hold at the door? We're holding for something?
Sure.
Thank you, Sosie.
10,000 subs, congrats. Are clapping hands, clapping hands, thumbs up, thumbs up.
They're still doing a few things, Mr. Sykes.
Brent, thank you so much. Appreciate the generous super chat.
420 just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
My screen is full. I'm missing some of these. Denise says, congratulations, recovered out and reaching 10K. So happy to be here for such an amazing accomplishment. I love you, Scott. Thank you, Denise. You've been here for a long time, being a supporter of the channel. Brent, we got you there. Thank you so much as well. And very British, gifted a membership just to add to it. Thank you, very British. Appreciate that. I don't know where the super sticker went. Let's see, was that this one? MCAT?
The bailiffs worked on the chair. I think the chair's in good shape now.
The bailiffs have to repair the chair. Did they not have like a chair repair on standby? The chair they're talking about is the witness chair. I'm not sure why we're not seeing anything but the seal right now. Okay, we're gonna have to turn down the party popper as much as I love the celebration, you guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have to turn it down when the testimony starts because we have to be able to focus. Let's see, where's that? I think there was another super.
They're not.
I think it's right here. There it is. Deadhead 420. Thank you for the super sticker. My screen is full. I don't have any more. I mean, I can show you on my screen here just briefly. It's my screen across the top is full. It doesn't show any more than what it has right there. So I'm missing some. I apologize if I miss you.
We love you so much. Thank you so much. Don't forget us little people. Win, 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 win.
Win, 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 win. Diana, thank you so much. I'm one of the little
Thank
people
you.
myself. So thank you so much for bringing me this
Mr.
far.
Owens, you may call your next witness.
Okay. Party poppers have to be put away here.
Robert Hesh.
Congratulations, Party
To the
Popper
stand.
Blue Heart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hesh, if you could come right up here to the clerk and be sworn in.
Congratulations on 10K.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you,
Morning.
Lulu. Okay, I'm going to turn the
If you
sound
could
down a
start
little
by
bit, so I'll have
stating
to
your
read
full
super
name
chats
and spell
during the
it
break.
out for us.
My name is Robert Hesh, RobertHoesch.
Doctor, nice to see you. What city do you live in?
Salt Lake.
I'm going to take this off.
He looks
I do
really
have a
familiar.
cold, but- what's your current position?
I'm currently the Chief Medical Officer for Intermountain Healthcare in Utah and Idaho.
That's why.
Does that mean you're the top MD for all of Intermountain Healthcare?
In Utah and Idaho.
Okay. You're pretty young, aren't you? How old are you?
48.
That's
When
pretty
I
young.
hired on you on this case, you didn't have such a prestigious title, did you?
No, I did not.
What were you?
I was a neurologist at Intermountain Medical Center and the leader of our neurosciences program at Intermountain.
Good for you. To be clear, you are not here on behalf of Intermountain Healthcare, is that right?
Correct. My opinions are my own.
Thank you. All right. Just undergrad, where was that briefly?
Undergrad, University of Maryland, College Park.
In what subject?
Cell and molecular biology and genetics.
What a nerd.
I am a neurologist.
Soundbite.
Kidding.
Soundbite.
Poli-sci is
nerd.
the nerd thing. All right, good for you. And then your MD degree was where?
University of Maryland in Baltimore.
And what did you choose to specialize in?
Neurology.
Okay, and how many years? So 4 years undergrad, 4 years med school, then how many more years?
Well, then I did a PhD for 4 years as well in that time, and then went across town to Hopkins for my neurology residency. So that was another 4 years.
What a nerd. All right, 4 years in postdoctorate. What's that in?
Neurology.
Okay.
And then 2 more years as a fellowship in neurocritical care.
But did you say there were years after undergrad before med school?
No, it was during med school. I did my PhD.
Okay. Not all MDs do PhDs too?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lot of training. Fellowship was in what specifically?
Neurocritical care.
All right. So neuro critical care. This is like when people hit their head and they're in big trouble.
That's correct.
Or they get a stroke, they're in big trouble.
That's right.
They call you in, and sometimes you think you're gonna go swimming for fun, and you just get called in for like 14 hours straight.
That's right.
To work on one patient.
Right.
All right. Married, kids?
Yes.
Thanks, Debbie.
Have you reviewed some materials in this case?
I have.
All right. So the jury just heard from a neuroradiologist, and you are a neurologist. Okay. Distinguish the two again really quick.
So a neuroradiologist reads images, MRIs, CTs, X-rays, all kinds of images of the brain and the spinal cord.
Okay. And you, neurologists, do what?
We diagnose and treat conditions of the of the nervous system, so brain, spinal cord, peripheral nerves.
And then this afternoon we're going to hear from a neuropsychologist. What's that?
A neuropsychologist diagnoses and treats disorders of consciousness and awareness and language that are related to neurological conditions.
And do the three of you work together on hard cases?
Yes.
And do you rely, for instance, upon a neuroradiologist and a neuropsychologist all the time?
Yes.
Okay. You know I was kidding when I said nerd. Really, I'm praising you in a backward way. I apologize if that sounded passive-aggressive.
We call ourselves nerds. That's okay.
All right. You were here for Dr. Black's testimony on the neuroradiology. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of his opinions was that Mr. Sanderson's brain problems that he complains of as a result of the collision were actually all pre-existing. Did you hear Dr. Black say that?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with that opinion?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk about what you've reviewed. So I think yesterday you told me you had received some 3,000 pages of junk. Just kidding. Materials, right?
Correct.
And a big chunk of those were medical records and a big chunk of those were depositions.
Correct.
And then you also received a lot of images before and after.
That's correct.
And did you review all of that?
Yes, over several years.
I'm not sure what cold medicine
Do you
Owens
believe
is
you
taking,
have foundation to render the opinions you're about to render in this case?
Yes, I do.
In addition to what you've reviewed, your background, education, training, and experience, do you believe that all comes to bear in rendering the opinions you're about to give?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I think this will be most efficient. He's prepared a written report that has some headings, and I would like to just go to the and have James bring up just the headings.
Well, it just hasn't been admitted into evidence. I think he can just read them. I don't think he has to show the jury anything.
Are we talking about a demonstrative exhibit to illustrate this witness's testimony?
No, we're talking about just the headings of his report.
All right.
Reports are not admissible.
Not admitting them.
Agreed, but I think it might be efficient to do it that way. It's no different than the witness walking up to a chalkboard and writing the words out on a board. So I'm fine with it. If you just show the headings.
Thank you. So, did you prepare a written report, by the way?
Yes, and I have it with me.
And it's broken down into some headings?
Yes.
And I thought this would be helpful. Can you read heading number 1?
The persisting neurological symptoms Mr. Sanderson reports since the February 2016 ski accident are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions.
Okay. Is that indeed your opinion?
Yes.
And on what is it based?
So based on my review of the records, his mental health professionals that evaluated him before and after, if you look at the trajectory of those evaluations, it looks essentially the same before and after. Also based on review of the imaging, and afterwards the neuropsychology testing that was normal or above normal compared to population.
Okay, let's hit all of them, and then we'll go back if needed. Are you able to bring up 2?
Yeah, just a second.
Well, he brings up number 2. Comment upon the patient's pre-existing injuries. Which ones did you find particularly important?
The pre-existing condition of depression and anxiety is the most salient.
Okay.
Pre-existing condition.
And how is it that his pre-existing depression and anxiety is related to his complaints of post-collision symptoms?
So the depression and anxiety can cause all of the symptoms that he is complaining of post-collision. And if you look at the records and you were able to remove the collision, just so just make it evaporate, the history reads coherently. This is a man in his 70s with depression and anxiety, and it's gotten bad enough to the point that it's impairing memory and concentration and other activities that he was used to doing.
So is another way of saying that if we removed the collision, he never had a collision that day, it still makes sense, his trajectory?
Right. If you read the medical records from before the injury through now, and you remove the injury, it doesn't change the trajectory of his complaints. So his evaluation by his health professionals.
For instance, if we look at his medical record, let's say just 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, did you know he went to the VA doctor that day?
Yep.
With complaints of, I'm feeling really old, I can't do what I used to be able to do. That was pre-injury, correct?
Correct.
And then you compare it to his records even soon after the collision. You're saying it doesn't really show anything happened, correct?
Hasn't changed his course.
Okay. And whenever you're ready, James, can you read your opinion number 2?
The only neurological problems, Mr. Sanderson.
I object to reading a report to the jury. You can tell it, no problem with that, but you shouldn't be reading it.
We already dealt with this.
Yeah, overruled. I think I ruled on it.
Go ahead.
The only neurological problems Mr. Sanderson has had maybe partly The only neurological problems Mr. Sanderson has had that may be partly attributable to the ski accident are those associated with the mild concussion he experienced during the accident.
Okay, can you fill in the meat on those bones? Help us understand that a little.
Yes, so my opinion is if he had a concussion, it was very mild. More likely than not, I would say 95% or more that he would have made a full recovery from that concussion within a few weeks. Not more than 99% within a few months, based on the severity of the concussion. So,
I think he's saying, I'm in that like 1%. I'm not in the 95 and the 99%. How do you respond to that?
So I would say, if as a neurologist, I have patients that come in. They complain of cognitive symptoms, memory loss, attention problems, difficulty doing things that they used to do, and they can have depression and anxiety. They may have early signs of dementia. Those things are far more common for someone in Mr. Sanderson's category. Man in their 70s, they don't feel the way that they used to feel like they're getting old, like he said before the accident, or after the accident, concerned that they may be getting Alzheimer's disease. So I think those things are far more likely than a very minor concussion causing symptoms 7 years later.
Do you see hundreds of those patients a year who've never had a ski collision?
Correct.
Okay, any other comment on your opinion number 2 that you would like to make?
No, I think that concludes it.
Thank you. James is going to bring up number 3. And do you have it there?
I do. Should I just read it?
Start reading it. There you go.
The neurological problems associated with the mild concussion Mr. Sanderson may have experienced resolved within months. They were not permanent, as plaintiff's experts claim.
Okay, mild concussion. You weren't here, but did you hear Dr. Edgley testify or read his deposition?
I've read the deposition.
All right. So did he talk about, hey, a couple things we look at is length of...
Objection. This states facts. There's no deposition.
Sustained.
Okay. Comment. I did misspeak. I forgot you didn't take his deposition. Is there some importance in determining the severity of concussion in terms of how long they're unconscious? Is that a factor?
Yeah. Length of amnesia, length of loss of consciousness, or length of confusion.
All right. I think those were the same three he said. All right. What do you know about length of unconsciousness?
From my assessment, looking through the records, I don't think that there was loss of consciousness.
Okay. Even if there was some loss of consciousness, it would have been brief. Is that fair?
Seconds, yeah.
And let's see, in terms of, I think, to be fair, I think Mr. Ramon said he was spread eagle, head down, out cold, over 2 minutes. I just want to put that in the record. Not substantiated by any other witness, but did you at least observe that?
Yeah, you know.
Well, Your Honor, I object. He's not competent to assess someone's credibility, and he wasn't there.
That's what I'm going to.
Sorry about that.
Why don't you clarify your question?
Yeah. What do you know about that? Isn't that someone saying longer period of unconsciousness?
Your Honor, he can't comment on.
I'm actually trying to help the plaintiff. Go ahead.
I was actually trying to help the plaintiff.
The witness, he's asking if you remember reading that.
I do.
Okay. Is the significant time to be unconscious, is that 5 minutes or over?
Yes.
All right. And then comment, you said period of amnesia. What do you understand on that? Length of amnesia. What do you understand?
The period of time that the person that has the injury is not able to remember either before or after the event.
All right. And are you acknowledging that Mr. Sanderson had a mild concussion?
More likely than not, he did. He had headache in one of the, I think it was the Instacare report, and so that would be consistent with a mild concussion.
And it resolved within months. What do you base that on?
I believe there was a report where he said it's getting better.
Okay, and they are not permanent, as plaintiffs claim. Please comment.
Correct. So the head injury was very mild. I mean, it fell in the most mild category of concussion, so kind of a grade 1, and the rest of the symptoms that he has, what could be caused by other conditions, which I would say are more common.
And do you believe that more likely than not, that is why he continues to have some symptoms?
Yes.
In other words, not because of the ski collision, but just because of his aging, progressive brain.
Correct.
Let's read your fourth opinion. There are a total of 6, by the way. And the latter 2 we might just touch on briefly.
So the fourth opinion is that Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurological treatment.
That's related to the ski collision?
That's related to the ski collision. So I will. Yeah. So I have to modify that slightly because this report was written before the assessment by Dr. Goldstein was available to me.
Right. Goldstein, I think, recommended some care with regard to dementia.
Correct.
Did you hear that personally?
I didn't hear it personally, but I read it in his actual report from when he evaluated Mr. Sanderson.
Do you believe Mr. Sanderson to have sort of dementia symptoms?
Yes.
Your Honor, he's never evaluated him. Can't possibly comment on that without a clinical evaluation.
That's a speaking objection.
No foundation.
Is it in the report?
Do you have symptoms? So he's commenting on his further needs, and he's commenting on Sam Goldstein.
There's nothing in the
Why don't you ask a question, and then we'll see.
Judge.
Go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay, so you said Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurologic treatment, true?
Correct. That's what the report says.
Okay. Since you wrote this, did you then read Sam Goldstein's updated opinion?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Can't offer new opinions.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Is there a drug that treats dementia?
Yes.
What is that called?
It's called Aricept.
Your Honor, I object. There's no opinion on dementia.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Why is it your opinion that Mr. Sanderson does not currently need ongoing neurologic treatment related to the ski injury, is the addition you made?
The ski injury caused a mild concussion, more likely than not, that was self-limited. And his ongoing symptoms are more likely due to ongoing pre-existing conditions and possibly new conditions.
Let's bring up, if we can, D106.
Has it been received?
I don't think so.
No, it has not.
D106.
Any objection?
Can I see it? Oh. This is for demonstrative purposes only.
Sure. Someone needs to move that pen.
That
We
means
can't go through
also
trial with
write
that
on
pen
it.
being like
Can
that.
we not?
Why don't we address that if we need to later?
Thank you. There's a lot missing.
Defendant's Exhibit 106 is received. For demonstrative purposes.
And do you have it in front of you? May I approach it?
You may.
I want to make sure you can see it. And James, if you can bring it up, that would be good.
During the break, I'll tell you a story about that.
I think you might see
that pen chain.
Right on your monitor.
Okay.
The Tankman pen. I can't stop looking at it.
D106, James. All right. I got it. You see it?
Yep.
I won't get you a hard copy, man. Have you had a chance to read this document?
Yes.
And do you agree with it?
Yes, I do.
It's entitled Mr. Sanderson's Brain Imaging Both Before and After Ski Collision. Did it show atrophy, loss of brain cells, sign of aging brain before and after?
Yes.
Did his images... I actually have a roaming microphone, but maybe it needs to be higher up. Volume loss, diminishing brain size, sign of aging brain. Did he have this before and after?
Your Honor, I object to this testimony. This witness is a neurologist, not a neuroradiologist. I don't think he's competent to comment on radiology readings.
I can establish foundation if you want.
Go ahead.
Do you look at images all the time, all day?
All day, every day.
So do
So
I.
the neuroradiologist reads them, but do you just rely on their written report, or do you personally read them too?
I look at the films, then I confirm with their report, and then I bring it together with what we see clinically.
So I think the objection is somehow that you're not competent to talk about the imaging before versus after. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
How so?
So I've looked at the images. These are pretty standard MRI images that we see every day, and a major part of my practice as an outpatient neurologist was evaluating patients for dementia and specifically NPH. Saw hundreds of patients with the question of whether they had NPH.
Which is that hydrocephalus?
It's the hydrocephalus at the bottom.
All right. So is it true that neuroradiologists essentially serve you? They don't personally talk to patients. You order the neuroradiologist to do a study, then it comes back to you, and you are the one who's face-to-face with the patient.
Correct.
Leading.
I translate the...
Just a second, sir. I'm sorry. Sustained as to leading.
Okay. Have I established sufficient foundation?
This does have the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge that will help the jury, so you may proceed.
Okay, we talked about atrophy and volume loss. Enlarged ventricles. A ventricle is what in the brain? Is that like at Halloween when we see a mold of a brain? It's the little gooey stuff
Terry's
going
laughing
out?
at this.
You tell me.
No.
Okay.
It's wrong. Inside the brain there's fluid-filled sacs that contain spinal fluid.
Okay.
So it's the black thing in the middle on the MRI that Dr. Black went through.
All right. And is that like the main blood feeding the brain? What are they?
No,
what purpose do the ventricles serve?
They buoy the brain, so it prevents the brain from having as much shock when we just move around in everyday life.
All right. Chronic microvascular disease, is that something he had before and after?
Yes, that was described by Dr. Black.
Is that associated with cognitive decline?
It can be.
And why does he have that? Is that from this stroke event years earlier, or just bad luck, or eating too many donuts, or what?
I think it's a combination of his high blood pressure and high cholesterol with a little bit of genetics that makes our blood vessels harder than average.
White matter disease, we've talked about that a little bit. It says they're damage to nerve fibers associated with memory, balance, and mobility issues. Did he have that before and after?
Yes.
And is that progressive in nature?
It didn't look that unbelievably progressive. It looked stable over time.
And why did he have that? Was that associated with the stroke event?
No, I think it's probably associated with the chronic microvascular disease. The stroke event was in his eye.
Okay. No evidence of trauma before or after. Is that true?
That's correct.
Concern for disease due to excess fluid buildup. That's the NPH. Was that a concern before and a concern after?
Yes.
Does he in fact have that condition?
So that would be a condition that I would need further clinical evaluation to determine, but his MRI would be consistent with that condition.
You mentioned earlier that his conditions are not permanent, as plaintiff's experts claim. And I just want to comment, do you believe Dr. Fong to have used unreliable science to make some of her opinions?
Objection, leading. Sustained as irrelevance.
Nope.
So if I sustain an objection, just hold off. Sorry. Thanks.
They're about to get up and criticize you for not seeing this patient. Why didn't you? Why wouldn't you? Why would it be necessary if you needed to?
Yeah, well, I would always be willing, and actually didn't know that was an option. But in this case, and with many patients in my practice, we review tons of records before we see them. And actually, Mr. Sanderson probably had 10 times the amount of records that I have before I see my patients in clinic. You said 3,000 pages and lots of imaging. So I can know with 90% certainty going in based on the before and after imaging, the neuropsych testing over a period of years, his reports over time. I can know with 90% accuracy what's going on. So if I went in there, I'd be trying to figure out, does he have NPH or not? And what can I do to help him with his depression, anxiety, and other memory problems?
Would you be treating him or evaluating the ski injury?
No, I'd be providing counseling that the ski injury was not part of it.
Now, you refer people all the time to neuropsychologists, is that true?
Yes.
And we're about to hear from two. But you did have the benefit of multiple neuropsychologist exams at the VA, is that true?
Correct.
And do you know them to be good neuropsychologists?
I don't know them.
Okay. Do you know them to be not hired by either side, his normal treating providers?
Yes, that's my understanding. And
these were voluminous evaluations, were they not?
Yes.
And what did they conclude?
They were essentially normal, and they showed that he was performing above average.
Now, is that above average for everyone on the street or for 75-year-old men with college educations, or what?
For a 75-year-old man with college educations and
okay,
with a high baseline.
So, in some places, even like near superior,
correct
levels.
Yes.
So, I'm going to grab one thing. I think the jury's seen various neuropsych overviews, but do you agree he was tested in tens and tens and tens of categories?
Yes.
Did you see any of them below average?
No.
Did you see many above average?
Yes.
IQ, for instance, was 114, is that right?
That's my recollection.
And for like a 75-year-old man with a college education, is that good?
Yeah, it's above average.
Okay, what's average again?
100.
Okay. Now I think they're going to say, hey, the family members are saying, we're noticing he's angrier than he used to be, or that he can't drive and read at the same time. There's things he can't multitask with. Can you comment on that?
So, in people like Mr. Sanderson who are high functioning at baseline, above average IQ, superior in some categories like you described, a drop in functioning might still look like he's really high functioning compared to the average population. And the family will pick up on some of these changes. Right?
That seems
they
to
see
help
what they
the
see.
plaintiff.
That concludes that.
Okay. So if you did meet with Mr. Sanderson and he kept obsessively bringing up, I think that the jury's seen various neuropsych overviews, but do you agree he was tested in tens and tens and tens of categories?
Yes.
Did you see any of them below average?
No.
Did you see many above average?
Yes.
IQ, for instance, was 114. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
And for like a 75-year-old man with a college education,
backwards. I apologize. We're going to jump back ahead to current.
Anxious, so that needs treatment. And I would evaluate for dementia, like we said, as would be indicated by his imaging.
Okay.
And so my job is to help the patient and family gain acceptance that this mild event 7 years ago isn't causing all these problems that he's having now.
Or any of them.
Right.
Didn't you tell me the cure for Mr. Sanderson is the end of this lawsuit?
Correct.
Your Honor. No foundation, relevance, improper questioning.
Overruled.
Go ahead. Is that your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I felt anxious coming here.
I also object to that. It's not in his report. Nowhere to be found.
Overruled.
Go ahead. Just explain that, and then I'm sitting down.
I mean, suing somebody, going through a trial that has, national recognition can bring on a lot of anxiety. And if you're prone to that, it's gonna make it worse, and it's gonna slow your recovery.
His daughter said this notoriety makes him feel powerful. Did you read that in Jenny's deposition?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor. Jenny's deposition is not in evidence.
Sustained.
That was the 20th objection.
Counsel.
If we have time, we're going to read it in.
Well,
it's been referenced multiple times.
Ain't here yet.
If you're planning to ask this witness about evidence that's not part of the case or won't be part of the case, then it's an improper question.
Okay, if he's read it as part of his opinions, experts can rely upon hearsay.
They can.
Yeah, but it's not referenced in his report, Your Honor.
Well, if it's not in his report, then sustained.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you.
So this is where they've got a time
Sykes.
crunch. It's coming down. Jenny says, I need to talk to you offline about YouTube. If you're seriously interested in doing that, reach out to me on the burner phone. I can give you some advice and tips and what I've learned.
Steve, you want this one?
So that was 20 objections.
Doctor, do you commonly
21
render opinions on your patients without a clinical exam?
No.
And the last 100 patients that you've seen or that are referred to you, how many have you rendered opinions on for other doctors without an examination, a clinical exam?
So, I mean, we do have conversations with other doctors where they say, hey, what do you think about this case? And I may render an opinion without seeing the patient. But if it's my own patient, then it's part of my standard evaluation to see them.
If it's your own patient, your last 1,000 patients that were your own patients, you would never render opinions about them without a clinical exam. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Never.
I would form an opinion, but I wouldn't create a treatment plan and execute on it without seeing them.
So, a clinical exam, would you agree, for this jury, is an important factor for a physician?
Correct.
Yeah. Did you read the opinion of Dr. Edgley, testified yesterday?
No, I did not.
Okay. If he called a clinical exam the gold standard for a physician, would you agree or disagree with that?
It misstates his testimony.
Overruled as to relevance, the jury will recall the testimony of Dr. Edgley.
Well, in all honesty, he didn't say it in his testimony, he said it in his report. I'm asking if he said it in his report, would that make a difference?
You're referencing testimony that's not, there are no facts and evidence.
I will draw the question.
Thank you.
But would you agree, excuse me, that a clinical examination is the gold standard for a physician who's treating somebody?
I'm not sure what a gold standard means.
It's pretty important.
It's a big part of my evaluation.
Excuse me. Secondly, I looked through your opinion pretty carefully. It was about 4 or 5 pages. I noted, let me see if I can get it here handy. Yeah. Well, I'll just ask you if you remember this. It's on my computer. But you had a list of
look at the security guard, the
things
scowl.
that you reviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell this jury a summary of what Carlene Davidson said in her deposition about Terry before and after the ski crash?
I can't from memory.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Holly Gresham, the daughter, said about Terry before and after the ski crash?
Yes, I did read Miss Gresham's deposition this weekend, or her statement.
But you didn't read Carlene Davidson?
I think I did, but I can't remember all the names. If you want to show it to me, I can comment on it.
Tell the jury, if you can, what important information about Terry before and after the ski crash Holly Gresham said.
So she feels that he, is not as engaged and able to do things in the way that he used to. I think that's probably the summary.
That's a pretty mild statement of it, isn't it? Didn't in fact she say, Holly Gresham, daughter, excuse me, that there was a marked and sudden difference in her father in a wide variety of areas: personality, executive functioning, social problems after the ski crash, almost immediately. Didn't she say that?
I'm not sure she said executive functioning, but the rest of it sounds familiar.
Did you read Shay Harris' deposition?
Remind me of the relationship?
Daughter.
No, I did not.
Okay. Those three are listed, did you read or not read Carlene Davidson?
I read it, but I can't remember what it says.
You read it, but you can't remember it. Tell the jury if Shay Harris is listed there as one you had. S-H-A-E.
I don't see it.
1 second, brother.
Thank you for the super chats, both Tina P and Joey Girl. Appreciate you both. This is costly. This counts on their time, and they're not getting any points on the board right now.
So he's publishing our report, Your Honor.
Let me show you what you wrote.
Objection.
Can we move to admit our report?
Just for illustrative purposes, I want to show him what he wrote.
I guess I don't. You may be opening the door to the report.
Don't want to do that. Okay. Take a look at it. Items 4, L, M, and N.
Yes, you saw that.
Correct. I don't see Shay Harris, like you said. I think that was the question.
Okay. You know what? You're right. I don't see her there. I do see Carlene and Polly.
He just opened the door and he was wrong.
So, the defense did not give you Shay Harris, right?
Correct.
Hypothetically, if Shay said there was a very, very sudden change in my dad before and after for what we call neuropsychological symptoms, would that make a difference in your opinion?
It might have made a difference at the time,
okay.
but at this point in time, it would not.
Carlene Davidson testified. She was the second witness in the trial last week. does this ring a bell that she was living with Terry for about a year and a half before the ski accident? Does that ring a bell?
That does.
And she was up here about 300 days a year in Salt Lake?
From St. George, right? That was, yeah.
And they also spent time in St. George together?
Yep.
And they went on international trips together?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think she would get to know him pretty well during that time?
Yes.
She testified that there was a rapid and severe change in Terry after the ski crash that lasted, and she stayed with him for 6 months and then they parted ways. She said she was heartbroken. She was hoping for a marriage out of this.
Your Honor, just compound.
Sustained?
Okay. She was hoping for a marriage out of this. Do you remember that in her deposition?
Yes.
Yeah. But he changed fundamentally after the ski crash. Now, does that make a difference in your opinions at all?
I mean, it would be part of the whole compendium of what I would put together. Yes.
I didn't read anything about that. I read your report. It's about 4 pages. Aside from their depositions that you referenced, you don't say anything at all in your report about the rapid and fundamental changes that occurred to Terry after the ski crash, do you? You don't even mention them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the term executive functioning?
Yes.
Is that something that neurologists use, a term that neurologists use?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. Because you realize, of course, as a neurologist, that you can have massive changes in a person with a mild TBI that don't show up on imaging, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier in your testimony.
Yeah.
And a category of those changes is called executive functioning, right?
That is one manifestation, potentially, yes.
It's one category.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the word executive functioning even addressed in your report. Not even a mention, correct?
Sorry, is that a question? Or
yeah, correct.
What's the question?
With an inflection for a question, yes.
Is it in my report?
Yeah.
No, it's not in the report.
Okay. Hey, Pete, would you...
If we have a brief break here. Mr. Sykes opened the door with this report that they fought so hard to not allow in. Then he had to read part of it or show part of it. Owens jumped on it and said we moved to admit it.
Now, while he's doing that,
I think it's in.
Could you define for the jury executive functioning
It's
in a medical sense?
The ability to do things, to start actions and carry through with them.
To start actions and to what?
Carry the actions through.
True, yeah. That's self-regulated, self-directed action, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that people use that to manage their affairs effectively.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Have you heard of Sam Goldstein?
I mean, I know of his report as I testified earlier, and I read some of his deposition. Actually saw his testimony.
He testified here. And by the way, were you aware that he is a world-renowned neuropsychologist from Salt Lake City?
Yes.
Yeah. And he developed an executive function test.
Correct.
Can you see it on your screen there?
I do.
Yeah. And here's what he recorded with a high confidence level. That this man, Terry Sanderson, who was a former captain in the United States Army, ran eye clinics for the Army, has an advanced degree in optometry, which I think is a 4-year degree, if I'm not mistaken, and ran 2 clinics in southern Idaho. Okay? Would that indicate to you a man of superior intelligence and executive function?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see what he did here. Okay? On attention, he was in the 25th percentile. Does that strike you as strange, or just average, by the way? 25th percentile. In other words, out of 100 people, he's 25 lowest, right?
That's correct.
That's what that means. Yeah.
Yep.
That for a man of his attainment, he's only the 25th percentile on attention? World-renowned neuropsychologist recorded this. Does that strike you as odd?
Strikes me as him having issues like we talked about.
Let's go to condition. I'm sorry. I'll skip emotional just to.
I was saying, I think these are data and they're good data, and it reinforces my stance that Mr. Sanderson needs help. He's got depression and anxiety, and I think this could be consistent with dementia as well.
Okay. By the way, let me show you our exhibits.
Mr. Sykes is, I think he gets reckless as he gets passionate.
No.
Is that this?
Yes. It's just an exhibit, no procurement. May I approach?
Do you have the number of that?
Yeah, it was 43.
Sir, can I just ask what date this is?
Okay.
So,
was this 2021?
Lack of foundation to the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled. Okay.
He's coughing on the witness directly now.
Defense exhibits and plaintiff's exhibits. Can you show us where there's a diagnosis of dementia? This is going back to 2009 and up through, I think, 2021.
What hasn't been made yet?
Hasn't been made. Okay. So, you would agree, for the jury's help here, despite the fact that we're in a very important worldwide case, okay, like you mentioned, kind of, can't paraphrase in your words. There's no diagnosis of dementia.
Hasn't been made yet. Yeah, because we're talking about a minor brain injury that happened in 2016 and not allowing him to move on to have a true diagnosis.
Let's talk about flexibility. Exhibit 43. Low average, 23rd percentile for flexibility of a man who ran 2 clinics in southern Idaho. Does that sound really low?
Sounds low. Yeah.
By the way, you asked me the date. I think this was done in 2020.
Okay.
You could check that. I think it's 2020. Okay. It's just organization. Now, the ability to organize things is a very important part of executive function, isn't it?
Correct.
Very important part. 3rd percentile. 3rd percentile. Now, I'm just a simple country lawyer. If that were me, I'd understand it. But I didn't run 2 clinics. Okay?
Yeah.
3rd percentile. Does that strike you as indicative of something wrong here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Planning. And by the way, below average. Below average. Excuse me. Planning, 4th percentile. Below average. Does that strike you as very low for a man of his attainment?
Very low.
Self-monitoring, 10%. That strike you as very low for a man of his attainment?
It does.
What about working memory? For a man who did everything he did, working memory of 5 percentile.
It's low.
All right. Now,
can we make one more comment on that, by the way?
Well,
or you want to move on?
Oh, let's just move on.
It's related to Goldstein's report.
What's that?
My impression from Goldstein's report is that that's why he was recommending the cholinesterase inhibitor, is based on these kinds of findings.
Well,
which is a treatment for dementia.
If you don't remember specific things about his executive functioning from his family, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Or from Carlene. But Carlene told this jury just a week ago that there was a major change in these things overnight, and she couldn't live with it. All right. Now, excuse my cough here. I don't get a cold very often, but this is a killer. Did you see anywhere in these records? Okay, now let me just preface this. Terry Sanderson has been a patient of Veterans Administration. He was a veteran.
Yep.
I think since the early part of the century, early 2000s, when he moved down here from Idaho.
Right.
And he's got a lot of records there. And there are a lot of records that you read after February 26th of 2016, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Now, in those records, do you see anywhere where Terry Sanderson was accused of faking, malingering, or magnifying symptoms for money?
No, sir.
Nothing there, is it? Okay. Nowhere he says, I'm in it for the money.
No.
And did you read the reports of Goldstein, Fong, and Gibby?
I did. Yeah.
They're all treating physicians for him.
Correct.
You aware of that? Treating.
Yes.
Okay. They're all pretty competent, aren't they?
Yes.
Dr. Fong said she's treated thousands of patients with mild TBI. You aware of that?
I wasn't aware of the number, but I know that she treats.
She missed trial here because she's lecturing over in Holland on what she does. She's lecturing in the Netherlands. You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
I think she was going to Spain after that. Anyway, and she said, and by the way, are you aware that these kind of doctors, at least the neuropsychologists, they give tests that have cleverly embedded tests for malingering? You aware of that?
I am, yeah.
And neither the VA or these three doctors found any suggestion of faking or malingering or magnification. Or you aware of that?
Correct.
Or any suggestion that he's doing this for money.
Right. I didn't.
It's an insulting comment, but there's no suggestion of that, is there?
I didn't see any evidence.
Do you think he's doing it for money?
I don't know. I have no opinion on that.
Thank you. Now, with respect to you had a thing up there about his scans, CT and MRI. Remember that chart?
Correct.
And you saw Dr. Black?
Yes, I did.
His testimony a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that from 2009 through 2021, there's no indication of a change on these scans?
Correct.
Yeah. So there's no deterioration. That's the big point. He hasn't deteriorated on the scans, has he?
Correct. That was Dr. Black's testimony.
And you agree that he had a mild concussion?
Correct. More likely than not.
More likely than not. Okay. That's good enough. And you also agree that he's got, and I think in your report, you said, Mr. Owens said 1%, but you said 5% of people with this condition, mild traumatic brain injury, do not recover completely.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you think that an executive functioning outcome like that is more toward the 5%? What do you think?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is the fact that the people that love him, that know him the best, say there was a significant and sudden dramatic change in him after this ski crash, do you think that moves him more toward the 5%?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Do you think the fact that no one has diagnosed him with any other condition like dementia moves him more toward the 5%?
No.
You think that the fact that no one's diagnosed him with faking, malingering, magnification moves him more toward the 5%?
No.
Okay. You talked about atrophy in the aging brain.
Yes.
Okay? That is a normal condition, right?
It can be.
And it's asymptomatic in many people.
It can be.
Okay? Yeah, one more question. I'll talk to my compatriots back here. Are you familiar with the pre-existing exacerbation issue medically with brain injury? In other words, let me explain that. If you have a pre-existing, let's say you have a problem with anger regulation or some other negative quality, okay, that oftentimes a TBI, even a mild TBI, can exacerbate those symptoms. You aware of that?
I am.
And that's a true principle of medicine, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, 1 second. Would you agree that a person who's had a concussion is at greater risk if they have another concussion? Second injury syndrome, they call it.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I've got, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
Mr. Sykes takes his time getting out of there.
Your Honor, with our, can you take this down?
It's part of the chess game.
And James, are you hooked up? Thanks. In our last witness with Dr. Black, we actually referred to a document, Plaintiff 33, page 8 and 9, and it was admitted. And we're going to and maybe just bring up just number 2, if you would. I don't know if are you able just to clear number 2? Do you remember this is part of Dr. Fong's document?
Yes.
And do you recall plaintiff's counsel will say, show me in those records where it says the word dementia?
Yes.
All right, so let's look at this. The most likely diagnosis for this appearance is normal pressure hydrocephalus. The differential would include normal aging brain, Alzheimer's, dementia, subcortical arteriosclerotic encephalopathy, and multi-infarct dementia.
James did a better job.
This is plaintiff's own retained expert, right?
Yeah.
And she's talking about, hey, could be some dementia stuff going on here, right?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a differential diagnosis, and it doesn't suggest it's going on.
That's a speaking objection, Your Honor. It's inappropriate.
It's an inappropriate question.
Overruled. You can cross-examine. You can cross-examine the witness, counsel.
And then, Peter, if you can hear my voice, come back in. I had him go make some copies of another dementia reference that we'll pull up in just a minute. Do you remember any reference in the VA where the patient actually came to the doctor and said, I'm worried that I am getting dementia?
Yes.
And what do you recall? I think that might have been his treating psychiatrist, Michael McIntosh. Does this sound familiar?
I think that's right.
And,
we would see, yeah.
Do you recall, Peter making copies, but do you recall what he responded?
I don't.
Okay, we'll pull that up in just a minute. In terms of how close these daughters were in their personal observations, did you observe that Polly Graham Sanderson had not even seen or talked to her dad for 3 months prior to this ski collision?
Yes.
Objection leading. Sustained.
They all lived out of state. Is that fair? All 3 daughters lived out of state from him.
No, that's beyond the scope.
It's
overruled.
Yes.
And he had, in fact, at the time of the ski collision, he wasn't running a 2-office optometry visit. He'd been retired many years, correct?
Correct.
And there's been evidence that he left on bad terms with his partners.
Your Honor, there's no evidence of that, and it's beyond the scope.
Overruled.
And it's irrelevant.
Do you recall this?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that part.
That he left on poor terms. He left his community on poor terms, his business. I'll clarify my question. So I don't want just continuing speaking objections.
Sure.
Okay. So the defense, plaintiff just racked up a whole bunch of objections there in a row. I'm counting 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26 objections now from the plaintiff side. We've got 5 from the defense. And this is the first sidebar requested by the plaintiff. If you're keeping score just based on objections, a lot of times objections are made when you're losing.
Right now, while we talk about this.
Objections are made when you're losing, sometimes just to break up the questioning, sometimes to give the witness a pause as they're crumbling and allow them to gather their thoughts again. And there's clearly something that's they're about to bring in that plaintiff does not want brought in, or a comment that's not made. Another thing, we talked about opening the door.
You know, I understand your issue that you think it's collateral impeachment and that it's beyond the scope of cross. I'm going to overrule the objections, but ask that there not be a lot of repetition. I think that the door was opened when this witness was asked about that before and the after from family. So.
I'm trying to recall my last question too. That was the objection was sustained or it was rejected.
Overruled.
But there was continuing talk, and I never even got to ask it.
Well, you'll have a few minutes to reorient yourself. Dr. Hirsch, you can certainly step down during the break.
Oh, thank you.
So, khaki shirt man has the forest green pants on. Somebody had some points on that, I think.
That he never let that in. And it's a collateral issue which I might have to go into and consume time and waste. It makes no difference in the case. It was years before. Even if it's true.
I thought there was testimony of both parties. Well, I thought there was testimony of issues with when he left his business, that there were issues.
I don't think so. And so,
Your Honor.
So let me finish.
Sure.
So, I mean, we can't bring up Gwyneth Paltrow's.
No, I'm asking you to explain where. Well, first of all, where did that come in?
Sure. It's in Terry's deposition, by the way. I think he even used the word like his partner had.
If it's in his deposition, then it's not in the record.
Only because I haven't been able to finish with Terry. But his own daughter, for instance, said that he left. He enjoyed a good reputation until his affair in that community. That was in the record. That's in our. That's in
Was
evidence.
that in the record?
That's in evidence.
I think you sustained an objection to that, didn't you?
No.
I think you did.
No, it's in evidence because you were making him out to be just this beautifully respected man in the community, and his own daughter said, "Not so."
You said.
Well, I think.
An affair is one thing, but I mean.
Business partner problem.
I don't think that's come up, Judge.
It has. I remember it.
I know I've read it. I just don't know if it came out on the record. I don't think it did.
So I know it to be true because Mr. Sanderson actually So I asked him, we're not proving truth necessarily right now. We're proving, did you see it in the record? Because they can testify as to what they've reviewed. And then I can follow up on it. So it doesn't have to be in as a fact. I
think under 403, I'll exclude it. That question.
Which one again? You're on about the business dispute.
Yeah, business dispute.
Okay.
And like a certain amount of cross-examination with this witness, and the closer it is to what the daughters observed or didn't observe, the closer it's tethered to that, the more relevant it is to responding to the cross that came out. But if you're, to pull out, I guess, the defense's laundry list of complaints about the plaintiff, or not complaints, but points, I don't know that this is the most appropriate place to do that, given the scope of direct.
All the family members are saying he had dramatic changes before, and I've been saying, actually, they're pretty distant. And
sure.
So
questions that are tethered to those issues are fine.
Okay. And just so we know what we're doing as soon as we go on, we're going to present VA records 922 to 924.
And then what? So that's defense exhibits what?
And is this part?
Are you introducing these, or are you just showing them?
I'm about to find out.
Some of these are they
Here we need to redact the city and state.
Well, I just need to know if you're introducing them or referencing. I gave you an annotated one.
Man Bun went
And
from wearing all black
for the
to a white
future,
coat.
I'd like to reiterate that when you have an objection, all I need is objection and the rule. What rule? And if I need more information, I'll ask for it.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Okay. So we have another few minutes to run down the rest of the
Sure. We usually take about 10 minutes for these breaks. So.
Okay, so we're on break. We're on break here. The door has been opened. We haven't heard yet. There was one point where the defense had a report they wanted to allow in, and the prosecution, or the plaintiff in this case, they were fighting against it and fought and fought and fought. And the judge sided with the plaintiff, said, no, you can't bring it in. And then during Mr. Sykes' cross-examination of this last witness, he found it useful to bring up a portion of that report, and it opened the door. And the judge even said, Owens said, if you do this, is open the door, we'd like to move to admit it. And he's like, fine. And they asked the question, trying to say that the report shows that that it included Shay's testimony or something, and it wasn't in there. He was wrong. So he opened the door, didn't get the point, and now we'll see if the defense is going to drive the bus through the open door, as they now have the right to do. Oh, man. Crazy, crazy. Sykes coughed all over the podium. Everyone is sick. The whole courtroom in there is like, it's like a super spreader event going on in there. Yes, we did hit 10,000. Thank you, everyone who made that possible. It was actually all of you who made it possible. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Why is the jury not there? They were excused for a little break while they could sort this out in a sidebar. So it's been a little bit, when there's a lot of discussion back and forth, the judge likes to call a break. He's very mindful of the jury's attention span and gives them frequent breaks. Let's see. The business partner, the affair and the breakup of the business, I think, were separate. Both have been mentioned in court. I'm not sure if they were allowed in or not, but they were brought up in line of questioning. The problem here, the objection here, was that the Owens brought up one step further than we'd heard before, and that was that Mr. Terry Sanderson was basically left the community and there were some hard feelings in the community because of something that happened, possibly affair related. That's why you got a very animated objection from Mr. Sykes on that one. Let's see, how much time do they have left? Irene, I don't know exactly time-wise. I think from what I'm just judging as just watching for myself, I think Mr. Owens, the defense, Gwyneth Paltrow's side, has used less time today than the plaintiff has used. We already knew that the plaintiff was probably 45 minutes behind the defense on this, so it's getting close. But they only have, between today and tomorrow, like a total of 9 hours, nine and a half hours or something total to split between them two, as fairly. So jury's only going to be here for about five and a half hours today, and then they're going to do some more work on the jury instructions later today, which we probably will not cover, even though it'll be spicy, just because it runs late into the evening. Yes, I'm celebrating. We should probably play some music. What music should we play to celebrate? We were playing the... We'll play some music there. Celebrate 10,000. That is awesome. I'm so excited. I really... We started this at the end of October in the Darrell Brooks trial, and that was when I did my first live stream. We had barely a dozen, I think we had 13 people on the first live stream over the course of the day. That was it. And it was the most amazing day ever. I discovered this was something that I absolutely love. I knew I liked it, but I found out I loved it then. And it's grown every day since then. It's just been amazing. You guys have all been incredible. This community is wonderful. I appreciate every single moment, every day we spend together. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's see. And those 9 hours include closing. Yes, Cass, include closing. They have to include their closing, which is an hour each, according to what they've planned. And so as you get Mr. Sykes, and he's going on, and he's pursuing the point, he does not want to surrender. Okay, this guy's like a bulldog. Okay, if he's chasing a point and he's trying from different angles, he's gonna keep going at it and different things. He wants the win before he sits down, and so he's spending time to get that. And he's like, oh, this will illustrate it. Let's hurry and set this up, and it takes time to set up and pull things up. He's spending that time, and he's running out, and it's going to come back and bite him right in the butt when it's time for closing. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage their time at the end, because he has a rebuttal witness. He has Mr. Greenscreen, who's going to be coming on tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning. I think 9 o'clock in the morning is when they agreed to bring him on. So Mr. Greenscreen from Florida, who's down there for his daughter's wedding, is going to be coming back on Zoom, probably with the green background again, so we'll have to mess with that because that's what we do. But he'll be back, and it's going to be fun. But he's got about, he said, 15 to 30 minutes on that. So he's using up valuable time on everything, and it's a finite amount. The judge will not extend it. It's time to finish off the pickles. The pickles are gone. I could not wait. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. I know there are a million people who've said thank you in chat, and I'm trying not to just...
Any rulings of the court, any arguments of the lawyers, anything that's going on, I would hate to have to ask, someone to leave. So if you could please keep your thoughts to yourself, keep your reactions, your emotions, even your facial expressions until the court's not in session.
Tan shirt guy's getting told off.
We're ready.
Tan shirt guy has to be stone-faced man. He needs to change his identity about now. Getting called out for the facial expressions. This is something we heard that this court was very strict on, but then we've seen some pretty elaborate responses, nonverbal responses from the gallery as well. Let's see. Okay, you missed a bit. They did not recall him.
Mr. Owens,
but they might
continue. Just let you know, I've got another court hearing at noon.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm circulating Defense Exhibit 114.
They've got half an hour.
You may.
Yes, the tension is oh, there's a tan shirt guy. He's now a stone-faced man. khaki shirt. I realize, Judy, I'm saying
Do you mind
tan.
if I hand it to the witness? You may. We may get you a copy. And it's exhibit 114.
Okay.
D114.
Did you say D as in dog?
D as in defendant, yes.
Okay. And does the plaintiff have any objection to this witness or this exhibit? Defendant's exhibit 114D is received.
And we're trying to blank out.
If you don't have time, you can go ahead and examine
The witness without displaying it.
So, James, page 2 and 3 does not have Mr. Sanderson's address blanked out.
Yeah, I blanked it out.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're good. Have you seen this document?
I can't remember.
This is part of his VA records. It's dated May 22, 2017. Bottom right is marked VA 922.
Yes.
So if the incident was in February 2016, this is about a year and 3 months later. You with me?
Yes.
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it.
And if
Good
we
have
go
you
to
here.
page, the second page, VA 923, and James is going to bring this up. You see under the subjective, and James, I think the address is there, so you want to get rid of it. I'm going to come show you where I'm going to start reading. Patient reportedly.
Yes.
Okay, that's the first paragraph, and let me, where's our cool laser? I'm going to start, this is a big sentence, but I'm going to start right here. Patient reportedly, and I'll read this, patient reportedly sought out neuropsychological testing for these symptoms, but also feared he may be experiencing early dementia symptoms. Mr. Sanderson noted that he felt reassured following the testing, but is still concerned regarding some of the cognitive changes he has experienced. So that's another reference to him being concerned with dementia. True?
True.
That's all on that. You can take that down, James. Executive function testing, does that rely on the patient, some subjective reports from the patient?
I believe so, but I'll have to defer to our neuropsychology experts later today.
Okay, they're going to come up here and talk about that, so we'll be okay with that. Patients can throw neuro testing, though, can't they? Can
Yes.
they, like, fill in the tic-tac-toe, and the patient can actually say, I don't know.
Objection, the Owens Code.
Overruled?
Yes.
I mean, we can't force him to put a 0 where it belongs and an X where it belongs. Fair?
Correct.
And are you aware of studies that say being a litigant in a case like this actually frequently leads to patients overstating their damages?
Objection, 401, 403, and the Owens Code.
Overruled?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Just comment on what you know on that.
So I would say it's more just knowing from medical school and learning about, what malingering is, as opposed to studies that you state.
Okay, malingering is a word that means basically not trying as hard. Is that fair?
Correct, for secondary gain.
If I malinger, if I have a stubborn cough that's malingering, is that the right use of that word?
No, it would be if you were elaborating your symptoms, like you said, not filling in the tic-tac-toe in order to have some type of secondary gain.
The cough gets worse now. Okay. Mr. Owens has graduated from tissue to bounty picker-upper sheets, whole sheets.
What we do know is that he ran a business in Idaho many years earlier. True?
True. Objection, Your Honor. Same thing we talked about previously.
Overruled.
True.
And then he retired. He retired in part due to his failing eyesight. Do you know that?
I don't know that.
All right. And do you know anything about losing the respect of his community, which his daughter reported to this jury?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
Sounds familiar, but I don't know the details on that.
Due to an affair he had. He
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Sustained.
Thank you.
I think it's in evidence, and I think he should be able to reference it.
Same objection.
But I'll respect your ruling.
Okay.
Can anxiety and depression and hyperfixation, can they throw off executive functioning?
Yes.
All right. One thing Sam Goldstein said the other day was that he's obsessed. He's obsessed with this case, this notoriety, this media. Can that throw off if someone's obsessed, can that throw off their executive functioning?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Just comment on that for me, please.
Yeah, so being obsessed, being extremely anxious, or having other, being depressed, kind of that's a whole continuum, can cause a whole host of cognitive dysfunction, including executive function, but also problems with concentration, attention, memory, all the above.
I'm being told to sit down. I'm sitting down. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Mr. Sykes.
Why can't he just sit down instead of like over 30 objections here, almost 35 objections so far from the plaintiff side today.
Doctor, in that report that you have there, the progress note from the VA, May 22, 2017. I'm just looking at it. Exhibit 114. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This was the reason. Read that to the jury. The reason for the visit.
Would you like me to read it? Oh,
Yeah.
Scheduled psychotherapy intake.
Okay. And the chief complaint: anxiety, adjustment to medical condition. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2, some of the things that weren't read. Let me see if I get those up there. Let's see. No. It says subjective. Now, Mr. Owens read you part of that. Okay. Can you see what I'm referring to here?
Yes.
Okay. He says, recently referred by Dr. Manson following neuropsych testing, where anxiety was suspected to be affecting patients' cognitive functioning. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Sanderson reported that he was in a ski accident 1.5 years ago, where he was hit by another skier who lost control. He reportedly had 5-minute LOC and broke 4 ribs. You see that?
Yes.
And he was evaluated and told he had a concussion.
Yes.
Right. And that's actually what happened. He was evaluated and told he had a concussion, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what we
by
discussed.
several.
Yeah.
He stated over the past year and a half, his cognition has gradually improved. Right?
Correct.
Now, people that are malingering don't go tell their doctors that they've improved, do they?
I don't know that I can make that general statement, but I think the fact that he improved, we talked about, which is a sign of.
But he has continued to have difficulties.
Your Honor.
Bob interrupted my client.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, my expert.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Did you finish your response?
Well, I was just saying that we did talk about this earlier, that he had gotten better from the concussion.
Not gotten completely better, but he improved, right?
He improved.
His cognition has gradually improved, but he's continued to have difficulties with motivation, energy, and anhedonia. That's a term that the jury may not understand. Loss of enjoyment of life?
Correct.
Okay. So, at least 2 of the 3 of those are things you commonly see with executive functioning problems, aren't they? Motivation, energy?
Correct.
Okay. He also described difficulties with spatial tasks such as driving, getting lost, and puzzles. Those are frequently executive functioning problems, aren't they?
Yeah, there are also major signs of dementia.
Okay. He reportedly sought out neuropsychological testing for these symptoms, but also feared that he may be experiencing early dementia symptoms. Okay?
I think it was smart for him to think that.
Smart. Mr. Sanderson noted that he felt reassured following the testing, but is still concerned regarding some of the cognitive changes he has experienced, right?
Correct.
And you understand that he was tested and told he doesn't have dementia. You understand that?
Yes.
And no diagnosis.
Correct.
Of dementia, ever. Right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, a patient, or sometimes neuropsychologists call them clients, but you call them patients, right?
Correct.
Okay. Patient or a client who has high scores in some areas is not generally a person who's trying to fake it, right?
Correct.
High scores, right?
Correct.
And in some areas, some intellectual areas, Terry Sanderson has super high scores on testing. Super high. Right?
That's right.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I think I'm done here.
Is Khaki Man getting a little out of control? I think they're done here.
Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor. No more questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hesh. You're excused.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So Mrs. R.A. brought me a mug of hot
Just
chocolate.
leave it right there in front.
Which
Thanks.
which I downed. And now I want another one. So if she's listening.
Oh, you know what?
She,
I do have one more. You mind if I just take 1 more minute with him?
I think he's excused.
He's excused.
Sorry, Mr. Sykes.
Yeah, but he's still in the courtroom.
Do you have another minute?
Very short.
All right, come on in.
Let's swear him back in because he's already been
You're
told
still
he's
under oath?
excused.
I apologize for missing you. You talked a little bit about NPH.
Yes.
Normal pressure hydrocephaly or hydrocephalus?
That's correct.
Okay. That is a condition, is it not, that can exist for years and years and years without any symptoms.
Correct.
And the 3 main symptoms of NPH, if it's active, okay, are ataxia, dementia, and loss of continence.
Correct.
Okay. And
ataxia being problems walking.
Problem walking. And there's no diagnosis anywhere in those records before you that anybody ever diagnosed him with NPH.
That's right.
Okay. And a lot of good doctors looked at him, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Ivan.
Mr. Owens?
It's not just any hot chocolate. It's Stevens Gourmet Hot Cocoa. I'll send you a link. It'll
Entirely
change your
separate
life.
from the ski accident, do you believe Mr. Sanderson would benefit from anti-dementia medications?
Your Honor, I object. That's beyond the scope. I asked only about NPH.
That was Your Honor, he
overruled.
Go ahead.
I think it's worth a trial. Low side effects, and it could help him.
And Sam Goldstein felt the same way.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Sykes, anything further?
Ivan,
Okay.
there's your
Thank
hot
you.
chocolate
You
link.
should now run from the courtroom.
Run before Mr. Sykes has more questions. Seriously, it's the best hot chocolate I've ever had.
Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. James has this one. I'm giving the clerk the official 114.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Angela Eastfold, a neuropsychology expert.
Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning.
Gwyneth is doing stretching her neck a little bit.
Would you take a seat and then state your name and spell it?
Okay. My name is Angela Eastfold, ANGELA
Thanks for being here, Dr. Eastfold.
Carol,
and I believe, Your Honor, you said you have a hearing at noon, and so we'll be quick for the first part here. Would you like to end right at noon or a little bit before?
Maybe a couple minutes before would be great.
Okay, great.
1 or 2?
Sure. I'll keep my eye on the clock. Dr. Eastfold, what do you understand your role to be in this case?
I was hired to review the records and provide opinions on the facts around his injury.
Okay, and were you asked to look at Dr. Goldstein, plaintiff's neuropsychology expert, and his evaluation in particular?
Yes.
But you looked at everything. You looked at all the records?
I did.
And we don't have to name them all. There are thousands, correct?
Yes.
And they span what period? Do you recall?
2004 to 2022.
Okay. And I think after we come back from the break, we'll do what we did with Dr. Hesh. You have a report that also has some headings, and that will help us take you through those. But if we may start with just a general understanding of your expertise and why the jury should listen to you about these matters.
She's an expert. They're allowed to listen to other witnesses.
I'm a board-certified neuropsychologist. I have a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization in neuropsychology. I then completed a 2-year fellowship at the Veterans Hospital in Tampa, Florida, where I received 2 years of specialized training in the full spectrum of brain injury, from mild to severe. And brain injury has been my primary area of expertise since. I was then a faculty in the neurology department at the University of Utah for 6 years, and during that time I regularly lectured to physicians and psychologists and trainees on concussions and provided continuing education courses on concussion diagnosis and management of this. And then since 2011, I've also been an independent consultant to professional sports teams as part of their concussion protocol. That is all required now. So when a player gets a concussion, they are required to have an evaluation by me in order to be cleared to return to play. So I am deeply involved in concussion. And for the past 2 years, my work is 80% concussion.
So in your review of Mr. Sanderson's medical history and other records, I guess we should mention, did you review the Deer Valley records?
I did.
Okay, the incident report and the instructor comments, these accident records, you reviewed those?
Yes.
And you reviewed depositions connected to the events of the collision?
I did.
So in your review of all of that, what is your opinion about Mr. Sanderson as it relates to concussion?
You want me to go into my first opinion?
Yeah, we'll get to it, but just for the general overview.
In general, that if he suffered a concussion, it was at most a mild concussion.
Great. And what about the symptoms connected to that concussion if he had one?
I believe that the symptoms resolved, or the symptoms that were there might be better explained by other conditions.
That pre-existed the collision?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a good just general overview. Anything else you'd add as a general overview of your opinions?
No.
That's a good, just short. Again, we'll get into
introduction.
Details.
Yes, there's a lot of details I'm looking forward to going into.
Okay, great. So I want to pull up the exhibit that the jury was just looking at with Dr. Hash. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit P43. I just switched my iPad here into the system. It looks like it's taken a second. This is the executive functioning table.
That's too much.
Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And do you recall reviewing that in Dr. Goldstein's evaluation of Mr. Sanderson?
I do.
And that's where this comes from?
Correct.
And I'm going to just pull it up right here and ask you, what does this table, what is it trying to accomplish?
Okay, this is important. So this is a self-report measure that Dr. Goldstein himself designed and published. I can't speak to it. It's not something that is commonly administered in clinical practice for adults. I've never seen it used anywhere other than Dr. Goldstein. So I can't speak about the validity of these scales. But what I can say is that this is a really nice quantification of the patient's subjective complaints. It is not evidence of objective deficits. It's just a summary and quantification of what the patient is reporting.
And so if you would, for the jury, when you use those terms subjective and objective in a neuropsychological sense, what do you mean by them?
So subjective is just the patient's opinion or perception. Objective is something that is measurable. And when we get into the neuropsychological test results, those numbers are objective data. And I will later show you how some of these contradict some of the objective data.
So is it your opinion that the results here that plaintiff's attorneys have been going through, those represent only Mr. Sanderson's report of his own sense of his executive functioning?
Exactly.
And there's other evaluating physicians or neuropsychologists that have done objective evaluations. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us a just brief sense of what those are, when they happened?
So he had a battery of tests that measure multiple areas of attention 1 month post-injury. He had a battery of tests that measures multiple aspects of memory 2 months post-injury, and then he had a full neuropsychological evaluation 1 year post-injury.
And what did those exams
And then he had
show?
Dr. Goldstein's evaluation, which is 4 years post-injury.
Right, thank you. So in all of those evaluations, what would you say as a summary of the findings? You can take them one by one if that's best.
Your Honor, I object. There's nothing in her report about this.
It is in my report, and I would love to be able to talk about it in the context of my first of my
So you have
opinions.
to listen to the
I'll have to
judge.
deal with the objection. That's okay. That's quite all right. I will do that. Maybe we could do that over lunch.
Sure.
And do you have another area that you want to go into for the next 5 minutes?
Seems like this is a good time to wrap up.
Okay. Why don't we take our recess now, and then we'll return at 1:25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm excited for this. We have another, once again, Gwyneth Paltrow's team has pulled in a very strong expert witness who seems to be very capable of communicating her craft, her skills, her skill set to the layperson. I'm excited for this. She's going to answer some of the allegations that the defense have raised with that self-reporting quiz results that Terry Sanderson took. She's going to talk about how the
deposition, is that right?
No deposition.
Okay. Let me pull that up, and then I can address your objection.
And if we can, Your Honor, we know we're on the clock, and we're in the sort of the last 5 hours or so of evidence. If we can get an update, we would like one.
Okay, yeah, we can do that over the noon hour.
Oh, I'd like to hear.
All right, so remind me again, what was your question, Mr. Egan?
I was just asking about the post-accident evaluations, and she does discuss those, I believe, under Section 3 of her report. And maybe also in section 1, cognitive assessments in March and April of 2016. She talks about those there. And then she talks about Goldstein's in the 2017 Dr. Madsen evaluation in point 3.
Okay. And so that was the direction that you were going based on using the parameters of her reporting?
Yes.
All she
Okay.
talks about is March and April of 2016, March 8th of 2016.
And this is under 3, neuropsycho evaluation completed by Dr. Madsen, 2017, and then she talks about Goldstein's evaluation in 2020.
Okay. It's different than what. So the subject matter in general is certainly within the scope of her report, so objection will be overruled.
Your Honor.
As I said, it's under point 3, and if you go a couple paragraphs in, you'll see.
Excuse me.
All right, so objections overruled on that question, and if you need the court, this pretrial should take no more than 45 minutes, so you can let the clerk know and we could get back together if necessary, but otherwise 1:25.
Should we clear off the tables?
No, I'll go to the next courtroom.
Just update, we intend to ask our 2 neuropsych people, and then I intend to ask Terry Sanderson to the stand. Can we confirm?
Your Honor,
will be in the courtroom this afternoon.
Your Honor, they released Terry Sanderson. They said they weren't going to call him again.
This is
yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Nope.
So were you
that was for the to complete their cross
Oh,
of,
this
the
is
scope
good.
of your direct.
This is
They're
good.
going to call them under the rules as the adverse witness in their own case. So, anything else, counsel?
No, I just want to make sure he's in the courtroom this afternoon.
In the courtroom or available to testify?
Oh, I thought he was going skiing. So
Okay. Can you make him available, Mr. Sykes, this afternoon? No problem, right? Okay, thank you.
Terry thought he was done. This is what they said. Yesterday in the meeting last night, when they were talking about the plaintiff arresting, they said we're not going to arrest as long as you still have him on
The plaintiff has
cross.
used 42 minutes, and the defendant has used 1 hour and 35 minutes.
Oh, wow.
42 minutes for the plaintiff, 1 hour and 35 minutes for the defendant. Thank you.
Can we get that printout?
If I have time.
I was completely wrong on that. I think now that makes them pretty much equal because they were about 15 minutes apart. Anyway, so yeah, what happened last night is when the plaintiff decided to rest, they said, we're not going to rest as long as you have Terry on cross for the second half. We're going to wait till you finish the cross of our witness before we rest. He says, fine, I'll rest. I won't do any more cross. And they say, fine. Or he says, fine, I won't do any more cross of Terry. And they say, fine, well, we're going to rest. So they rest. Now he's calling Terry as his witness. And he's going to be a hostile witness. So he's going to be able to lead a little bit. It's going to be really fun, I think. It's going to be really, really fun. Caught them off guard. I heard it last night. I told you it was going to happen this morning. And a little bit of a surprise. So that's awesome. Okay, so now we're gonna go to break for there. I have something that I need to do as the courtroom's pretty much emptied out here. There's not many people left, and we're going to the wall. Okay, so I've got to call Jenny Says because I told her I was going to talk to her on lunch about YouTube and starting a channel for her, and I'd like to do that. You guys have some lunch to get. We have hit whoops. Here we go. Let me switch my. Well, never mind. Okay, we hit 10,000. There it is. We hit 10,000. Thank you so much. We're going to be back after lunch. We might start early. If court starts, I'm going to keep an eye on this. So he says they're going to be back at 1:15. So I'm going to put 1 o'clock as a starting time. If they come back sooner and have some argument before the jury comes back, we're going to start sooner. So just be mindful of that. I'll keep an eye on that that way. Thank you so much. We'll turn on the party sounds here for the last little bit. Is there anything else I had to do before we broke? Lost Souls Paranormal. Congrats on 10K. It's very well deserved.
Congrats on 10K party face with a party horn, hat, and confetti. It's very well deserved. From Mr. and Mrs. A to B Purple Heart.
Thank you very much, Lost Souls, and from Danny. Appreciate you guys both. Hope you guys have a great time. Let's see. Wash your hands on break, please. I'm going to wash my headphones. The coughing, I think, has made my ears sick. You guys are amazing. We're going to be back after the break. We're going to pick up where we left off on this as we get closer to the end of this, as the time is winding down. Okay, we've got like 5 hours left that the jury's going to be hearing testimony over today and tomorrow.
That is not relevant.
As we get closer to the end,
Stole it as well.
as we get closer to the end, the pressure is going to ramp up. The attorneys are feeling it. They know they have so much they want to get in, and there's not time to do it all. They cannot. They have to make hard decisions. They're going to be cutting witnesses. They're going to be not chasing questioning paths that they want to chase. And it's going to be it's going to get more and more dramatic. We've already got, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 objections from the plaintiff with, I believe, 7 from the defense, maybe 6 on the defense. I wasn't sure on that one. The last one might have happened when the audio was turned down. Either way, we're gonna restart the count. We only had one sidebar on the morning. We'll see how it goes. They've done better without having a lot of sidebars. But let's... oh, no, that was 2 sidebars because the jury was kicked out. Anyway, so we're going to restart the count. We're going to regift the internet as soon as we restart. So if you'd like to be the proud owner of the internet, all you have to do is be first in chat when we restart up the window, which I'm going to do just here in moments after we drop. So keep the subscribe button clicked and ring that bell, and you'll be notified as soon as we go live. You might have to refresh on my page. This is the trick. This is the insider's trick. I'll tell you. If you're on my channel page and you're clicking the refresh button, I think you see it before the notification goes out. And that's how some of these people win over and over. So we'll give them a run for their money if you want that. That's the way to do it. We're going to have that up within about 5 minutes after probably 2 minutes after this stops. Anyway, let's play some music. Let's get some food for you guys. Unfortunately, you're on your own on that one. So please take care of that. Get some lunch and we'll be back. I want some more hot chocolate. That one mug was not enough. So I'm going to go see if there's anything left in the hot chocolate machine. Yes, we have a hot chocolate machine. Maybe I'll share that one time as well. Thanks everybody for helping the channel grow. Thanks for all that you do. Thanks for especially making this a fun place where people come and they feel welcome and they want to come again. That is all because of you, and I appreciate every single one of you for doing that. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, and make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in about an hour, maybe sooner. We'll see you all in just a little bit. Thanks.